Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode 27 of Shattered Earth. Last time, uh, the players found a MacGuffin inside of a sanctum of fire on another plane of existence, and then got paid and argued over a horse for like 30 minutes. Now, you guys are back in Onik. You have received. I think you've received all your payment, yeah?
Yeah.
We did all that. You've turned in the quest and gotten paid quite a hefty sum for it. And now the day is yours to do what you want to do with it. I will say Mansell is going to be doing his own shit today and will not be joining you.
Am I with the party or am I gone?
Uh,
Technically.
you for the first half of the day, you're probably out.
Cool.
Well, for the first like hour, I would say, because things happened. For the first hour, you got to do your own thing, but then you have to walk back so you could peruse shops and shit on your way back from where you were.
Okay.
But the rest of you, you're welcome to do what you want to do. If you want to go shopping, if you want to go find some shit out, if you want to just fucking leave and go back to Larishev, you absolutely can. It's up to you. Hell, you could decide right now to go to a fucking airship port and buy your way onto another continent, therefore throwing an entire wrench in my whole plan.
I mean, that does sound fun. But I would have to refuse because I have kids still here.
Okay, a question.
Answer.
What?
Fuck, let me try. Gotta find my notes.
All right.
Someone else go first. What they want to do right now.
Can I go?
Well, yeah. Well, I gotta find my notes because I had some stuff written
Go
down.
for it. Go. Just who else wants to do stuff?
I want to try and find that spell that Habs spell cost when you ritual cast it. I'm trying to look up the name. It's a Grimhowl spell.
Haves what?
I'm trying to find the particular spell. I'm looking it up now.
The one that halves the scribing time of spells?
Yes.
Yeah. Fuck, I forget what that was called.
I think it was like a tag or something like that.
It wasn't telling me. It wasn't telling me. It's a Grim Hollow thing. I don't know if I sent it to you at all. But I can probably.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I have a fuck ton of diamonds on me. So we can make sure no one fucking dies.
Yes.
First level wizard spell. You can do that. Where are you going to try and get this? Since you're from the college, I'll give you two options. You can go and buy it from the college. I'm sure that's a fairly common spell to buy from students there. You could probably get that from any one of the students or faculty. Or there is a magic shop you know of that also performs scribing services for wizards called the Sage's Scroll Book. It's a magic item shop in town. It sells scrolls. It sells spell scrolls, and scribing materials as well, so you can get like magical ink and shit. But it also, if you have a spell that you want to add to your book, then they will scribe it for you into the book for whatever the cost is plus extra.
Okay, I'll go there then.
Okay. So, Stage of Scroll Book is like it's a relatively small shop in the market district of the capital. Quite a ways walk from the college, but it's kind of like on the northern border of the market district anyway. Um, and when you walk inside, there's like this lattice work um, rack that it kind of looks like a chain link fence, but it's like made out of wood. It's like a shelf, and you can see that inside of the little slots on the shelf there are several scroll cases that are stacked up and organized. Um, and you can see that there's a half elf individual, um, male, short, dark brown hair, with spectacles on, and he is currently reading reading a book at the counter. When you pop in, he looks up to you and says, "Oh, hi there. How can I help you?"
I'm looking to get a particular spell scribed.
Well, that's what we do. What spell are you looking for?
What is the spell called again?
Intaglio.
Intaglio.
Intaglio?
Yeah, it's Italian. Italiano.
Entirely.
It spawns spaghetti in the pockets of your enemies.
Oh God.
Turns their weapons into spaghetti.
Fairly popular. Well, that's a fairly popular one.
Someone touch my spaghetti.
Do you have the scribing materials on you, or would you need to be purchasing that?
I would need to be purchasing that.
Cool. Is that all you're getting? Do you want other spells as well?
Is no one chromatic orb?
Chromatic orb. Yeah, we can do that one. That one's pretty simple. And are you going to be purchasing the scroll and the ink for yourself to scribe it, or are you going to have us do it?
If you can do it, that'd be amazing.
Cool. So, at basic markup, that'll be 150 gold. And then you'll need to come back in about 4 hours, and we'll have that done for you. How does that sound?
Good.
You also need to leave your spell book with us, of course, for the scribing.
I leave the grimoire, I guess.
Sure, whatever works for you. Give him 150 gold, and he goes to the shelf and takes off two of the scrolls on it, and begins to leaf through your spell book to understand your particular way of scribing your own spells, because it is particular to each wizard. He has to be able to understand how you write it in order to scribe it in a way that will work for you.
Okay.
Alrighty. Is that all you're gonna do, or are you gonna go peruse for other stuff?
That's all I can think of right now. So yes.
Cool. Alright, did you find your notes there, Devin?
Huh?
Not Devin, sorry.
Yeah, I did.
Hunter.
Fuse up.
I wanted to get my hands on some cartographer's tools, and I wanted to, if I recall,
You know you can borrow mine, right?
well, I want to set up my own, just in case.
Okay.
It's my money.
And I'd like to, is there a professor like geography or some other, like, because I know that the place I'm at, that the place on my map is in the Underdark, but I need some kind of reference for what Underdark maps, if I can see if I can piece it together from that.
Did you ask for a professor of geography? Is that what you asked for?
You know, if there's like one for geography or something like that.
A shop or a professor?
Yeah, we're in the capital of the college, right? I'm not fucking high.
No, you're not high. I'm asking what you're asking for. If you're looking for a person, or are you looking for a shop?
Person.
Okay, let me try and find someone. There we go. That's what I need. I gotta fucking scroll down through notes here. Give me a second. Geographer's Academy. Okay. Current headmaster. Extraplanar studies. Etymology. physics, and preservation. Not one, not really geography. Not quite. Um, if you wanted to get a map of the Underdark, that's not an unreasonable ask for this city specifically. You could go to a cartographer shop and purchase one if you wanted to.
And I get a cartographer's tools while I'm at it. So two birds
yeah,
one stone.
yeah, you could commission those as well. I don't know that the cartographer shop would sell their tools necessarily to you. You might have to go to a different shop for that, or order
Makes
them
sense.
special. It's because those are very fine instruments and not in high demand usually. So I would assume that you'd have to have those made, and that probably take some time.
Because the reason why I want cartographer's tools to clarify, because I have my map,
Mhm.
and with the cartographer's tools, I'm hoping I can kind of compare my map to an existing map of the Underdark and try and locate where my
Yeah.
thing is.
Yeah, I got you. I know what you're trying to do. So with 50 gold, you can get a map of the Underdark of this continent. And with another, let's see how much these cost first of all. Let's find a cartographer's chest. Does it usually list a price on here? But I could be wrong. It does. It is items. Oh god. Nope. Hold on. Venturing gear is what I want to look at. Scroll down, try and find it here. Arcade focuses, druidic focuses, equipment packs, containers. It's in here somewhere. I know it is. Might not be in adventuring. Things might be in tools. There it is. Okay. Cartographer's tools, 15 gold for the cost. So, yeah, if you wanted to commission those to be made, for labor-wise, I'll charge you 20 gold for it. So, total of 70, and then you'll have to give them probably a week. If you want to have them delivered, it'll be a week and a half.
Yeah, I'll pay to have it delivered to my manor in Larishev.
Okay. So then delivery fee will be an extra 5 gold, let's say. So 75 gold total. In about a week, they'll have a package delivered to your manor in Larishev, which has cartographer's tools in it.
Alright.
Cool. Anything else?
I remember I was wanting to seek out a certain student for things, but it was for the trip, and then never got around to actually doing that. But
Right. I forgot who that was also, and I've been trying to remember his name, and I fucking can't, so I need to go back
Quincy
and watch.
Quill.
Yeah.
It was Quincy Quill. I have his name. I had his name written down.
Quincy Quill. Yeah, that guy. He's I think he's a transmutation student, if I'm not mistaken. He could be something different, but I think he was a transmutation student, and he was like the TA for Talerstein. I forget what you wanted to do things with him for. I forgot what his function was as well, but
I remember that too. It was to try and get an idea like what kind of traps or what kind of like stuff from what would be to look out for.
Oh yeah, just general knowledge shit. Yeah. Well, that would have been nice to know. But I don't know that they really knew what the fuck was going to be going on in there anyway. So.
Yeah, but when I asked Chris Towson about that kind of topic, he said to ask Quincy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should probably write him
If I
down somewhere.
can I? Because I remember asking Talerstein for access to the library, and he said that he would that after the expedition he would consider it.
Can I arrive with them at this time?
No, they're going to be out doing their shopping. You'd probably, if you go back to where your room is, you're not going to find anybody there, unless you have
Damn it,
unless you have
'cause
some way to sending to them.
I do technically.
You do technically. If you want to use all your minutes for the day.
Gonna call my wife. I got tomorrow. It's fine. I talked to her yesterday. It'll be fine if I miss one day, right? Right, guys? Right?
Probably.
Anyway,
You don't need to text her all the time.
yeah, I don't need a text her.
Needy bitch.
Look, I'm very group oriented. I like people.
I know, I'm kidding.
I'll go ahead and sending to Chance and ask where everybody's at.
Would this be before or after?
By
I've done
the
my
time
shopping?
he gets back, you're probably. By the time he gets back, you've probably ordered your stuff and are walking to the college. If you're going to ask Professor Tallerstein for a library card.
I'm currently on my way to the college.
Fuck, I was just there. Can I head back?
Sure.
Try to meet up with him.
Yeah, you guys can make a plan to meet up at the college. Well, maybe meet a plan. I don't know. You might have to like wander campus looking for each other because that was sending as a one-time thing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, sure. Eventually, you guys can meet up with each other somewhere.
Hello. Everyone set off. No one was at the tavern last time. Where'd everybody go?
I assume they had their own businesses to take care of.
I see. And yourself? What are you doing?
I was acquiring some cartography tools and a map of the Underdark to do some work on my own research.
I see. No, you could always ask to borrow my cartography tools if you don't want to spend them. I guess you've already done it now. Either way. What are you doing now? What are you heading to do?
Well, due to my I talked to Professor Tallerstein about going to being able to look through the library. But
I can do that. I have permission.
Oh, you got permission. No.
I can even go into the restricted section.
Oh, well, I was not given such rights.
I'm sure if you're going to, do you want to head to the library now? Because technically, I don't know if I can just hand you the thing and you can go, but no, I have access, so you wouldn't need to go to Professor Tallerstein.
Yeah, I would like to at least get the permission myself, so you don't have to tag along every time I want to go to the library.
I mean, I got research I want to do too, so.
No, you go on ahead. I'll meet you at the library once I've talked to Professor Tallerstein.
Fair enough.
Okay, so we'll do this first. Tallerstein is in his office with the door closed. Go ahead and roll me a perception check when you get there.
Ah, yes, perception.
Aren't you good at those?
No.
No.
That's a positive. Oh, no, you're not. Oops.
Boyle's good at those. I'm not.
You can hear him
Yeah.
mumbling something on the other side of the door, but you can't make out what it is.
Knock, knock, knock.
The minute you knock, you hear like crashing and books falling over. It's like, ah! Okay, hold on a second. I'll be right there. You hear things being shuffled on the other side of the door.
Chance just looks at Will. Chance looks at Will. Was he jerking off or something?
I don't know, probably. You know, every time you do that, millions of souls get snuffed out and sent to the underworld. You know that, right?
Well
I'm joking.
I,
just want
I,
to make you
I
feel
can't
bad
tell
about all
you
the
have
times you've been alone.
I can't tell half the time, but at the same time, I would have been surprised either way.
It's my job is to keep you on your toes, master. After that, you can see like Talistein's store has like two doorknobs, one normal size doorknob and then one doorknob slightly lower than that for himself because he's short. And he turns the shorter one and opens the door and says, "Ah, yes, my intrepid adventurer and fellow colleague. What can I do for you?"
Well, if you'll recall, before we set on the expedition, I asked for permission to access the library. And you said that once the expedition was over, if my work was, if I did a good enough job of the work, you would give me permission to the library.
Oh, that's no problem at all. Please have a seat in that chair over there for me, and I'll write up that library card for you. No problem. And he offers you tea, and then as he's doing that, on he's writing on a piece of paper. He's heating up wax for a wax seal and all that fun stuff. He says, "So, I'm curious. Are you planning on starting a collection at any point? And if so, where might that be?"
I'm not certain as to where yet, so my collection isn't exactly large. I have a couple artifacts here and there, and nothing of particular value.
Well, the more work you do, if you do end up creating a collection of your own and displaying it somewhere, I'd be happy to visit at some point. It's always interesting to see what my fellow antiquators manage to delve up when they go into those dangerous ruins. Here, this is your library card, and he hands you an envelope that's sealed with a wax seal that has the symbol of the college on it, which, if you remember, was a triangular shield with an eye on the center of it. There you are. That should get you access to the library, including sections that are normally restricted from students. Just please be careful there. There are some volatile books in our collection that you really should read the spine before opening.
Good to know.
Nope.
Meanwhile, Tavanta in the library just opens a book and it goes, "Ah!" Shuts it real quick.
I didn't forget a Harry Potter be motherfucker. You bitch.
He says, "All right, fantastic. Well, if there's anything else you need, just let me know. But other than that, I do have to prepare for my next lesson."
Alright, well, you have a good day.
Can I
Thank you for your
pop in
time.
real quick?
Into this section?
Yes.
Yeah, if that's where you wanted to go, you could pop into Talistein's office.
At this point, Strovan already been to the library, and he forgot that he doesn't have a fucking whatchamacallit, permission to use the library. So he went to Dallas and tried to get a library card. So that's why he's popping in.
Sure.
You see Tavanta go past you like, "What's up?" and just immediately go into the library. Unimpeded.
Yeah, just flashes his library card real quick and gets let in. It's a magical gargoyle bouncer that keeps people from entering the library without a library card.
For real?
No.
Oh.
Well, maybe. You don't know. Depends on whether you think those statues in the library can come alive or not.
I mean, you entered the library. You just got turned away at the entrance by the.
I haven't. That was stolen.
I mean, look, the largest magic academy in the continent probably has some protection. You don't know what it is, though. We'll see. We'll have to see if you try and break into places.
Why would we ever need to do that?
Oh.
So I guess Strovan's walking into the office as Chance is leaving.
Yep. Good day to you, sir. Is the professor available?
He's in his office, but he is preparing for a lesson. So if you have any business with him, I suggest you make it quick.
Very good, sir. I shall return shortly. And I knock and wait for the door to him to answer.
it,
The
it's
rest
basically
of
like a
awkward
minute
then.
after he shut the door the first time. He's like, "What, did you forget
Yes.
something?" And he opens the door. "Oh, it's you. Well,
good
I am a
evening,
popular person today. What the hell?"
Good morning, sir. I was told that from your lovely staff in the library that I require a library card and access. I was wondering if you could perhaps write me a letter of recommendation or some sort.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, hold on. 1 second. Goes to his desk and writes another library card. But before he seals it, he uses Intelio to create 2 more copies. And he says, "Here, just take these for the group, and don't bother me again with the fucking library card."
Very good, sir. I thank you for
Christ.
your time.
You're welcome. Anything else I can help you with while I'm here?
I did have something. You said your department is history, did you not?
My department is preservation. It's preservation and discovery of old history, yes. It has very much to do with historical nature.
I was wondering if there was any flare up of magic, sudden flare up of magic in the last 200 years, if you know of any.
As in a sudden burst of magical energy felt throughout the multiverse? No. Not that I'm aware of. Not in recent history.
I meant the planet, but yes, sir.
Well, I mean, other than when magic returned at the end of the Dead Century, of course. But things have been relatively, I don't want to say stagnant, but they've been relatively consistent for the last, I don't know, 600 or 700 years or so.
Interesting. Oh, so thank you very much, sir.
You're very welcome.
I shan't take up any more of your time.
If you wish to know more about the Dead Century, I believe Professor Dralis just did a unit on it for her class. If you wish to talk to her about things of that nature, history is, well, learning about the people, at the very least, is her purview. If you want to learn more about, well, ancient relics or tombs, that's me.
Well, I would love to have a chat with her. I don't think she is very liked by Lord Chance, and I'm not sure I should engage with her often, unfortunately.
Well, whatever floats your boat, buddy. If you are looking also for, I would say also, if you're looking for, magical theory and how to detect such things, perhaps a way to discern, I don't know, currents of magical flow, you might wish to talk to Professor Berghast. He's a professor of physics, and he's, generally speaking, very intelligent when it comes to matters of magical theory and creation, really.
Very good, sir. I shall look in on him afterwards.
All right. Well then, would you like a cup of tea before you go?
As while I would enjoy a cup of tea, I do believe you said you were in a rush, and I will not like to take up any more of your time, sir.
Well, I'm just busy. My next lesson is in about 30 minutes, so I have time. And the tea's already hot. It's up to you.
Well, he looks around. Well, if you insist, it's been a hot minute since I was able to enjoy a good company as well as tea.
Sure. Yeah, the tea is just it's good if not scalding hot. And he is preparing for his lessons at the moment. So he's running around. I don't know why he even made tea, and he probably doesn't either, because he's running around like a chicken with his head cut off, trying to prepare for his next class.
Strovan's just drinking cup of tea, but he is following along with the professor. Like if he's trying to reach for something, higher, he just grabs it and give it to him. And
Oh, he
help
can
him.
walk up walls. He just walks up and grabs it. He's got spider climb shoes.
That is very useful.
Especially for someone of my stature, eh? And as he says as he's like walking up a bookshelf looking at shit. It's kind of weird seeing someone kneel on a wall, like kneel down to grab something, but yeah. So that happens, and have your tea, and he ushers you off and locks his office before going to his next class.
Just out of curiosity, did he seem to have any like books that might catch my interest? Like I'm looking for histories.
Oh,
To
he
be
has
specific.
he has mountains and mountains of history books in his office. Like he has tomes upon tomes, probably some that he's written himself on any number of historical subjects.
Not really divinity though. Okay, cool. Never mind then. You know
Well,
what I'm looking for.
I mean, probably, yeah. He probably would. Make a perception check for me, just as you're scanning the room. 12.
I'm gonna start manually fucking rolling because Roll20 has been fucking me over for the last 2 weeks.
I mean, it's not a hard DC. I say you do see one book on the shelf that says Divinity in the Dead Century by Professor Kibler Tallerstein. It's written and inside of it's on a shelf like on its own, and as you scan like the books like next to it and around it, you can see that they're all written by him. And so there is a book like that out there, published by Kibler Tallerstein, that you could, in theory, get your hands on at one point.
I tried to point at the book. It's just this is your work, yes, sir?
Yes, it is in fact. It's one of several volumes, as you can see.
Would that be accessible at the library? Well, I don't want to take your copy, but I would love to study it.
Yes, well, that is a first edition, so you can absolutely take the second edition, though. That was donated to the college's library, to the academy's library, rather. Yes, with your library card, you should be able to find it in the historical section. It's also available for purchase from the campus bookstore, if you really wish. Although, to be honest, I feel like they charge a hefty sum for it. When I could just, give them a copy for 50 gold.
Interesting. Any chance you might be able to give us a letter or a writ so we may be able to get a discount? I fear that my purse is a bit low, and I am very much interested in collecting books.
Your purse is low? I just paid you a ton of money. There's no way your purse is that low.
Yes, sir, but I doubt that I'll be able to afford all the books at the store.
That sounds like you need to do some more work, my friend. Look, professors got to make a living. They don't pay very well as a teacher's salary here. I'm just saying.
Damn.
Oh, I imagine so, sir. I was
This
a
is supposed to be
librarian
a
for the
fantasy
longest
world.
time.
the best fantasy is reality. Like I said, you're welcome to purchase the book from the campus bookstore, or if you can manage to find a copy out there in the world, I'm sure that someone has it. Perhaps there's a bookstore in town that sells it. I'm not entirely sure.
Indeed, it wouldn't be too uncommon to have a used bookstore in a college town. Oh, pardon me. I shall take my leave, sir. You have a good day.
You as well, my friend. Don't be a stranger, but probably come back during office hours or something.
Yes, sir.
All right.
And
Post it on the syllabus.
I don't have a syllabus, sir.
It's posted outside my office. All right. So yeah, you're able to get a library card and go and peruse that if you want to. Sounds like three out of the four of you are going to a library at some point today.
I want to know about the checking out policy.
Uh, so it
I
depends on which books you're checking out. If it's a book of particular um, ex-
significance.
significance or expense or magical quality, they allow you to peruse that book in the library on the grounds, but they're not available for checkout.
I see. What the books I'm looking for? Probably not. Or
I forget which books you're looking for.
books, anything relating to that one religious group, anything about the core,
Oh,
and stuff about weather magic.
weather magic you can find. The Chantry is too new to have any kind of dossier written about them.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and history books about stuff that we obviously don't know. Just general history, dead century, stuff like that.
Sure. Um, so you can certainly find a more comprehensive like written account of the dead century. Um, it's probably it's probably the book that Strollvan's looking for, to be honest. Um,
Hmm.
to the Divinity in the Dead Century. It was written by Professor Tallerstein. Um, and that one is a general timeline and historic account of the Dead Century and what happened during it. You already know kind of the basics, but there were 5 major cults that existed in the Underdark during that time. Each devoted to one particular dark god or entity of some kind, and to everyone's knowledge, there was so much infighting between the cults that they either went underground and haven't been heard from since, or they wiped each other out and are no more. Um, there is one cult that catches your eye with specific mention that they served someone called the Dark One, which you heard about before from um, Quaylen's journal from the tower.
Right.
So there was a cult centered around that guy. There was a cult centered around the worship of elementals.
Okay.
But they preferred to stay out of conflict, they preferred to kind of stay out of conflict, and their power was not as strong because the nature of the planet was completely fucked at this point and had not recovered from the breaking enough to be useful to them anyway. So their power level generally as a cult and as magic casters, which is why many people joined these cults in the first place, was low. So they ended up either not becoming a thing or just staying so far out of conflict that the cult had they had not really any significance. There was a cult of dragon worshippers as well.
Mm.
I think that's 3 out of the 5, and then
Yeah.
and then 2 more cults. One of them was a cult that worshipped Lolth, which was arguably the most powerful of the group, considering that it was the Underdark. And then
Definitely
there
looks
was
right.
yeah, and then there was another one that let's see, where's the fucking? I'm gonna find the list of gods real quick. And then there was one dedicated to Shar, who's the goddess of darkness and loss, who had plenty of power after the breaking happened. There was plenty of darkness and loss going on in the first few hundred years of the breaking. So Shar had a pretty definitive presence, and her cultists were at or around the area. Significant
Mhm.
significant players on the field.
I would have this information now as well, correct?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. There's
I
one
mean, yeah,
copy,
you
so you
can.
guys can share the copy when you get there. Easy enough.
Yeah.
How
Um,
common knowledge is it that Shar wanted certain deities at portfolio?
Common. Oh, sorry. What was the question? One more time.
Was there anybody, any deities portfolio that particular Shar wanted before the breaking?
Oh, Shar was not a. Shar's not a new god. Shar was old.
Yes, I
Shar
know.
already had a domain.
Yeah, but is there any knowledge of her wanting somebody else's domain?
No, not to your knowledge. Not after perusing this book.
Hmm.
I mean, who can say the motivations of a god, right? The true motivations. Um, as far as this book is concerned and the historical record is concerned, Shar is primarily responsible for uh, spreading darkness and loss, death, um, trickery, all that stuff. Just uh, generally speaking, an evil entity that just wanted to cause the most dismay in people as possible. But no mention of like any kind of motivation for that particular god.
Got it.
Was there anything significant about the core?
Yeah, there probably would be. So, the end of the Dead Century is marked by the first time a god ascended to an empty seat in the pantheon. And when a god does that, their name or title and their purpose are are written into the annals of history, such that it pervades all of time and space. And everybody who is anybody feels this shift in the magic and the fabric of the universe, and is aware that there is a new god. And generally speaking, if they have any knowledge of religion, they know what that god is and who they are and what their name is and what they stand for. The first god to rise to power is Karako, the sun god. And this is something that would have been felt on Genus too. So, if you had spent any time in a library researching divinity before, then you would know that is an event that happened at some point after the breaking, when gods started to take the leftover seats in the pantheon. They started forming their own, and everybody realized what was happening just intrinsically. So Karako was the first one, and he marked the end of the Dead Century, with others shortly to follow.
There's a list anything there about something like, I don't know, god of the earth, gravity, anything that would be like I could like associate with the core? Or is it just a bunch of speculations and theories about how the core is and be?
It kind of is. The core, it was theorized for a long time that the core might have sentience, considering its creation and the methods therein that created it. But that still has not been confirmed, but it's leaning toward that way with the arrival of the Chantry in the last, say, decade or so.
Right.
This book was written before that event happened, so Talishtin is skeptical that the core has any kind of divinity associated with it when he's writing this book. But he makes one thing clear, that the core is the greatest magical, the greatest singular magical source that has ever existed in all likelihood.
Understood.
I guess he would also list probably the dangers of doing it, because, I mean, the creation of a gigantic, what is essentially a magical fusion reactor. There are definitely some arrogant wizards and who wanted to tap into that power for themselves, and got burned while doing so.
Quite literally.
Yeah, there are a couple of historical accounts of people immolating and turning to ash when trying to access the core. Some of them thought that like skydiving down to the center of the planet would make them one with the core and give them like insane magical powers, and they were never heard from again. That kind of thing.
Scratches that idea off the list.
I'm sorry, what?
Don't worry about it. Anyways,
Before we continue, I just want to say to VG, since you're recording it, I'm saying it now. If you did what I think you did, I'm going to fucking hate you. Then I just want to say it out there.
I mean,
and since this is a recording, I have it on tape now.
I mean, I don't know.
What did you think he did?
I don't know what you're referring to. So
don't worry
you can
about it.
message me later, and I will affirm or deny, or maybe not either one.
I'm pretty sure.
If it's a reference to another piece of media, then no, probably not.
No, it wasn't a piece of media.
Okay, then. That's probably all the research StarCat would like to do right now. Probably going to go peruse a few things and try to find if there's a church at the Chantry here in the capital.
Sure. I want to do more research on the core.
Okay. So we did mostly Tavanta, so I'll go with Strovan for now, and then we'll come back to the core thing, or to the Chantry thing. So
we're sharing a book, so we both did it.
No, yeah, I know.
Just
but
the core, magical.
He's gonna leave you the book so he can go do his own thing. And you can
magical theories, even the most obscure ones about the core, and the history of the core.
There is another book written by Professor Berghest, who is the professor of physics here at the academy, and his are more like a scientific textbook that it's less like historical fact and more magical theory.
Stroban start reading it. The first thing, finally, it's a fine reading.
What are you trying to learn about the core specifically?
Like I said, I want to know how it was constructed, theories behind it, if there's how is giving off magic and so on.
The prevailing theory, and the one that is the most widely accepted, is that when the breaking happened, a certain number of deities and powerful extraplanar beings sacrificed themselves to keep the planet from completely imploding on itself and being destroyed. Essentially, every god of the old pantheon that had anything to do with good or neutrality, plus a couple that were lesser, like not lesser, but like I would say evil but redeemed, had essentially given up their essences to form the core as a way of preserving life on this planet. And in doing so, they managed to do that. The planet, it remains broken. It remains broken, and the ambient magical energy that courses throughout the continental shards has had odd effects on wildlife and magic and gravity and all sorts of stuff that where normally that wouldn't happen, now it does. So the prevailing theory is that the old gods are no more, and the core is what remains of their power. There are plenty of magical theories about like how it can be used, what it can be utilized for. If one were to tap into it, what would be the level of power needed to interact with the core without immolating, that kind of thing. And in terms of what Professor Berghest has experimented with and what he's been able to suss out in terms of theoretical purposes, in order to tap into the core, one would need to be extremely powerful. Or one would need to have enough people to withstand the surge of magical energy, the initial surge, and direct it towards whatever goal they were going to do. Because one singular person cannot handle all that much power. But a large enough group of them theoretically could, if they were to link to each other in some sort of ritual that could direct the power through them and channel it to whatever end.
I like to research how to get to the core.
Jump off the edge. It's the fastest way. Like literally, just go to the edge of the world and then just fucking drop.
How to get to the core safest way?
There is no safe way. No one has found a safe way to get there. Everyone who has tried has never been heard from again.
Any obscure lore I could find about the core then, like a far-fetched theories?
Yeah, make an investigation check.
It wouldn't be Arcana?
No, because you're researching in a library.
$23.
I mean, outlandish theories. The most outlandish theory to a wizard is that the core could be sentient. That one is, keep in mind that these books were written before the Chantry happened, so a lot of their argument is, well, if it was sentient, it would have done something by now, right? It would have communicated in some way. It would be doing something actively that we could track.
Who wrote that? Who wrote that theory?
This is just like generally when you peruse through the books, this is brought up several times. It's written by several authors, and all of them are in some way academic. They're not religious individuals. Religious texts not super prevalent here at the college. So a lot of their ruminations are cynical and theoretical, and based off of logic and math. So
I like to jot down every author of the list the name of the author of that book, at least the one I'm reading, that said the core might be sentient.
Well, that they're expunging that as a theory, or expounding on that as a theory, but they are not the ones who like believe in it. They just say here is an explanation that's out there. This is one possibility that people believe in. It's not necessarily the author's belief, but you can write them down if you want to.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that one
Just
would probably come from Professor Tallerstein, because he's the historian from the academy.
I want to check out some of the that particular book if it's possible.
Yeah, sure, you can take that book. So they give you like 3 days with it before you have to return it, before they start charging you fees for it.
Okay.
So you'll have to leave your name at the desk and an address where they can bill you if it goes to that. But yeah, you could check it out and keep it with you.
I put down my full name, Strovan, name Strovan down, and I put the billing address to Chance's house.
Sure. Fairweather Manor, Larishev, Cernan Province.
Yes.
Wait, does that mean I'm going to get billed if you're late with that?
30201.
Oh, I'm gonna give it back as soon as I'm done talking with the professor. I just
Well,
didn't want to write down the fucking colony.
The bill is in Strolvan's name, so you'll know. Unless you write down Chance's name, which would be hilarious, but
No, that would be a dick move.
And also very provably false.
yeah, also true.
Because isn't Chance in the library as well?
Yeah, Chance is there.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, you check that out and go talk to the professor. Now, Chance is in the library. Is there anything you want to look for while you're there?
Well, for starters, anything related to the Underdark, maps, history, magical stuff, anything and everything about the Underdark.
Okay.
Man, we're all a bunch of nerds.
I know, this is great.
Well, I mean, I have a reason to be researching
This is
that.
Lord Dump City, baby. I love it.
So do I.
I've got notes on
Bitch, we're the scholars march. We need more.
I mean, I'm sorry. I just want to put it out there. Chance think he has an obsession. That's cute.
Tyrannos. Okay. So history-wise, when the breaking occurred, those who couldn't make it to an ark in time, instead they sought refuge underground amongst the Drow Dwargards of Neblin that occupied the Underdark and its various settlements. Out of necessity, both worlds lived together with a tenuous peace. Some of them building, families and friendships were thought possible before. And after a while, say 150 to 200 years, somewhere in there, the air cleared and things calmed down enough for people to emerge back to the surface of the planet. During that time, the Dead Century happened, and magic was gone for a while, and all the kerfuffle with the cultists happened, which you can, I've already expounded upon, so you can know that knowledge as well. And then, of course, the ascension of the first god, and what eventually was called the Emergence, where the first king of Onyx led a group of explorers or colonists or adventurers, whatever you want to call it, up to the surface and began to explore what was left of their broken world, eventually settling down and forming a settlement, which became a town, which became its own country, which became its own fucking empire, etc., etc. The main city, as far as they know, is the only city to have survived, because when the breaking happened, obviously there were massive earthquakes and horrible breaking of the planet into several pieces, and the main city where everyone who survived was called Tiramas, Tirammas. That's like the capital city of the Underdark in Onyx. Let's see, what else can I give you? Blah blah blah. Yeah. Eventually, so Tiramas at the time when the breaking happened was typical Underdark fashion. But with time and through butting heads several times, the mixing of cultures eventually led to a disfavorment with Lolth as a prime deity that the Drow should live their lives by, and so worship of Lolth became out of favor and eventually outlawed altogether, because it was found that she was not conducive to surviving an apocalypse. You don't want to follow Lolth, a goddess of deception and lies and horrible, awful torture and craziness.
when you're too busy trying to figure out what you're gonna eat.
Yeah, when you're busy trying to figure out if you will survive until the next day. Yeah. So she fell out of favor and eventually was relegated to a cult, which for a time disappeared. There were still some who, I mean, obviously were entrenched in the old ways, but over time, the fact was that Loth lost a lot of sway amongst the people for necessity purposes. As civilization spread to the rest of Onyx and technology developed over time, eventually the first skyships were created. Fairly primitive, didn't move very fast. They were clunky. They broke often, and they required a decent store of magical energy to even get them to go anywhere. But it was found that there were other continents other than this one that survived the breaking and that were available for colonization. So the people of Onyx, after they had colonized and built up their own civilization over however long, and then with the advent of this new technology, quote unquote, I should say like rediscovered technology, in all likelihood, they were able to colonize the other continent that they found, which was Netria. Netria was for a long time under the control of the Onetian dynasty, and eventually they didn't like that. There was a butting of heads. How can we be controlled by someone so far away, like typical American colony shit? And which led to a war for independence, in which Netria won after some time. And during that war, in regards to the Underdark, there was an Underdark that did survive in Netria. At least, like, it didn't like cave in or anything like that, and that was also colonized by those that dwelled in the Underdark. So Drow, Svirfneblin, Duergar all attempted to also colonize the Underdark there and have essentially a copy of the Onyx that existed in Netria. But the problem was that there was a specific Drow insurgent who still believed in Lolth, and they instigated a lot of the conflict between Onyx and Netria on religious grounds, on zealous grounds. They believed that Lolth should return to a seat of power, and that things were better before whatever, and why do we owe anything to these other people? Like, we should just go back to being who we are. So there was also a kind of a religious war undertone to the whole war for independence. And when Netria won, the Underdark realm of in Netria became independent and went back to a more traditional Underdark setting, and established its own kind of like area slash what do I call it? Slash capital slash whatever. So the Underdark territory there is called Quashion.
Sorry.
Did you say croissant?
Yeah, that's what I thought he
No.
said. Something like croissant.
That Quashion,
Croissant.
kinda. I think I was probably doing Carl Wheezer voice when I came up with that, and I just thought Quashion would be cool name for a city. Quashion.
Croissant.
Hey, Onyx, that's not very cool. I want to go back to worshipping the busty spider queen.
Oh God, it hurts.
It hurt. Ugh.
I feel old.
I like llamas. All right. So Quashion is the other
Get the
city
fuck
in
out.
Netria.
God, that hit me in my youth.
Ugh.
Now,
I remember
They're-
my nephews watching that shit.
Oh, sorry. Quashon is the territory. There was a capital city that was also founded called Malantor. Malantor is the capital in Netria's Underdark. There is another section of Underdark on Araval that was discovered / excavated / whatever, and claimed by both countries when Araval first was discovered and colonized in the first place. That Underdark, there is conflict there, kind of a tenuous armistice currently between the two sections of the Underdark, split into the northern section and the southern section. The southern section obviously being controlled by Onyx and their viewpoint, and the northern section mainly influenced by Netria and the traditional Drow cultists or whatever, worshippers of Lolth, matriarchy, that kind of thing.
Probably never have to deal with any of that, right?
There are two main settlements in that Underdark, two main colonies that have been made, called Arinthian, which I will spell for you. Arinthian and Zolith. Arinthian is the southern territory, Zolith is the northern territory. Arinthian represents the values of Tiramas, seeks to create an alliance with the surface colonies on Arval, much like what Tiramas has with Onyx. Zalith, on the other hand, is backed by the zealotry and tradition of Quashon, and seeks Arval as a new holy land for Loth's faithful, and eventually they plan to remove the surface colonies and claim both the Underdark and the surface for the Spider Queen. So, that is a central conflict that's going on at the moment. Current events.
Lore episode.
Yeah. I
Indeed.
gotta do fucking a lore dump that I wrote this shit like 4 weeks ago.
It's good. We
is
have
good.
we have a group of people who are very vested in lore. It's great.
Yeah.
Before you ask any more questions, I gotta pee real bad. I'll be right back. So come up with a list of questions. I will be back in a minute.
Blast away, my friend. Blast away.
No, I'm saying I can't do it in a Philly accent.
I don't know what a Philly
that means
accent
you're wrong.
is.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know either. Is that Boston? No, it's not. Okay, I'm back.
All right.
Okay.
Now, something I'd like to do. One of my questions: I'd like to compare any maps I was able to find in the Underdark to my map.
Yeah, sure. Your map is of one gigantic landmass. The problem is that the continent has been broken into 3. So what I want you to do is make me just a, make me just a general intelligence check.
I would say I probably get my profession done here because this is research. Yeah, this definitely qualifies for Dojo Researcher.
Sounds like a plan. I like that idea. Go ahead.
I believe in you.
I'd say
I don't.
11 with a D4 because then roll D4 because it's a skill roll.
I forgot. I have to actually believe in you to actually roll a natural 20. My bad. Sorry.
It's not that bad. So what you're able to suss out, and you're looking at this and you're like, none of this fucking makes any sense. And then you get this idea in your head, just like, what if I pieced them together? And so, do you have some kind of illusion spell, minor illusion or something?
I think I do actually. Oh,
Do-
I don't, but I do have my tactics, so I could quite literally just draw it out.
Yeah, fair enough. So yeah, I was about to say, if you take a piece of scratch paper and draw out the 3 continents as they exist right now, you can take a penknife or something, cut them out, and then kind of puzzle piece them together. And by puzzle piecing them together, you figure out that these 3 land masses were once part of a greater whole. You can kind of see where part of your map is part of your map was essentially these three land masses chunked together. They're not the entirety of your map, they're one section of it. It just so happens that what you're looking for is on the section that is currently taken up by Araval.
That's not us, is it?
No, you guys are in Anik.
Fuck.
The Araval is the third continent to the, I guess, the west or east, depending on which direction you travel.
How do you spell Arval? Is it? I'm assuming Araval.
No, it's worse than that.
It's
no.
names. It's
Oh,
gonna have some
no.
apostrophe.
I was trying to spell it phonetically.
Yeah, I know. I don't spell things phonetically typically. I'll throw in random letters in there.
That's nasty. That's disgusting. You should feel good.
Yeah. That's Araval.
That's a fantasy name right there. That's good.
As I'm jotting down my notes, head to Arval. My map leads to somewhere in the Underdark there.
Yep.
Does it?
From your best judgment, you'll be able to tell that it's either in one or the other area. It's like right on the border between the two, somewhere in between there.
In between what two continents?
In between the two sections of Underdark and Araval. Because remember, there's Arinthian and Zalith. There's a border between them, and best you can figure out, it's somewhere in that border area.
All right.
Conflict.
Now, what was the status of those two places?
In what regard?
Like, I'm not gonna have to yes, diplomatic incident with shenanigans going on there.
There's kind of a cold war going on between the two at the moment. Not necessarily open conflict, but open disdain for sure. And either side is looking for a spark to start a war that could see them essentially going to war against each other for territory.
Chance is like, war.
Yeah,
Whoa.
it is both a turf war and a holy war at the same time.
Oh yeah, because they have fucking wolf worshippers still.
Yeah, there's definitely an idealistic aspect to that conflict.
And okay,
I expect that revolution to be led by one Carl Weezer, or I'm not playing the game anymore.
It's this like lithe drow who's super hot and cut with like two scimitars and a giant spider pet comes out. He's like, "Hi everybody, who wants to join the cult of
Oh
Lolth?"
my god.
and the character's like super self-conscious about their voice. So like if you fucking so much as smirk after he talks, he fucking stabs you.
Why are you guys being so mean? Cut off his head, Jimmy.
Toronto would have to leave.
Oh my god.
Fucking Jimmy the drow. He's bigger than normal head.
God, first the Care Bears and now this.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Oh god. Oh, I'm glad
You don't think
they
I've forgotten
those
about the Were Care Bears?
Yeah, we're
I
working
want
on
to
that.
see them.
You,
I want to see
you
them.
haven't found him yet.
Out there.
They're somewhere out there in Care Bear Land. A lot of Araval is not really known. There's only like certain sections of it that have been partially explored. Probably the most explored area of Araval at the moment is the Ashen Expanse, which is in the lower part of the continent.
Hey, Rich, you have a question.
Yes.
Why'd you write all those names and memes?
Because it was the chat that I had open at the time.
God.
About
Well,
I'm not gonna
about
copy
Does the do any of these records in the college have like any like, hey, this is how difficult it's going to be for you to get here, type thing?
No. You know that there are
I'd have-
skyships that travel between the 3 continents, so
Yeah, but I'm assuming like getting into the Underdark is probably gonna be a bit more difficult than getting to the Underdark here in Onyx.
it depends. In Onyx, it is probably the easiest transport because there are specific roads that are built, especially into other settlements, that facilitate trade between the 2 nations, or at least between whatever the nation of Onyx is and then the sovereign territory of the Underdark. In the other locations, it doesn't really go into detail, but assuming by the history and the attitude that other Underdark settlements have, it would be more difficult, let's say. Like in order of difficulty from easiest to hardest, it's probably like Onyx, and then fucking I already forget the name of it. I need to go back to
The one that
list.
starts with a T.
It's probably Onyx, and then Arinthian, and then Netria, and then Zolith.
And I'm assuming Arinthian is not the old Wishbing, it's Zalith, right?
Yeah, Zolith is the traditional area. Arinthian is the modern.
Alright. That gives me a goal to get to. But,
Chance comes back. Everybody, road trip. Let's go. Come on.
Roll Tide.
We're gonna go continent hopping. It's gonna be great. There's gonna be
That-
drinks.
Sure.
Let's go.
Now, was there something else this Rolvan wanted to do before I jumped to Chance?
Nope.
Okay, so you've got your book.
Or some.
Didn't you want to go talk to Talstein or some other professor?
Yeah, but it's taken enough time. Plus, I also need to go shopping.
Well, we're done
Yeah,
with
I
Chance's
also
thing, so
need-
if anyone else wants to go, they can.
Chauvin near you.
You go. I need to go have a cigarette.
I
You-
would
you
also
do
like,
that.
well, I will
I-
say like that you don't have to talk about this one, but just DM me if I find anything. I would actually kind of like to research Onomancy a little bit.
Sure. Yeah,
Uh,
if you want to, you know, the what do you got? The principles of onomancy. Sure. Yeah, that would be probably in a book written by Professor Drayalis. She is an onomancer herself, and she's very old. So it's probably you probably find like several editions of the same textbook written by Professor Drayalis as she's researched and practiced this topic over several years. But I'll come back to you in a second. We have plenty of time.
Yeah.
All right. What did you want to do, Tavanta?
I would like to.
Hello there.
I definitely want to go to like a shop where I can find like children's toys and like stuff like that. I want to bring home a present and like maybe like go to a jewelry shop, one that we haven't completely decimated of diamonds, buy something nice.
Sure.
And then I also wanted to just browse some magic shops, see what items they had in store.
I mean, we had the gems. You could have just given that to your wife.
The gems we had us like we split up and also bought for diamonds to make sure that we don't fucking die.
Yeah, that was done after you left. So they essentially turned the gems into diamond gems. they traded them in, and so part of the gem fund went to buying Revivify diamonds. The other part was split up amongst the party.
We
Yeah,
added your
'cause-
share.
Because
I trust you.
I think
Wait,
I
what?
gave you the money already on your character sheet, but if I didn't, you can go back and watch the recap and figure out how much you got.
you give me the money, and that's all I wrote down.
Yeah. So yeah, there you go. So that is including everything, selling gems for cash and also your cut from the jobs, and then some of the gems.
Oh, no.
not
No.
including that
I
is-
I only got I wrote down the cut from the job. That was it.
Okay.
Well,
There
I'm
was
saying
a
I
cut for the
think
gems,
these
and I don't
points-
remember what it was.
VG went into your sheet and put the cut from the gems, so
I should have given you the total from everything.
Okay.
Whatever was added on there should be the total. Okay, yeah.
Do you want
So
to do the?
toy shop, sure, fantastic. You can absolutely do that. There's
Oh.
probably one in town. There's let's say it's a portly human man with a big bushy beard.
Lovely. I do the similar for me.
who employs several elves that carve wooden toys for children.
Wow.
Wow. Okay.
No, I'm kidding. Yeah, well, I mean, sure, it's not Santa Claus, but it's a rotund human male with half moon spectacles with a big dark bushy beard, balding on the top of the head, wearing a very colorful attire, who owns his own toy
So
shop in
Santa.
town.
So Santa.
his name is Atnas or something like that. I don't know. It's the anagram of Santa. And he owns a shop called the Spinning Top. Sure. And he sells.
Are we in Dalaran?
I don't know. Is there a shop called the Spinning Top in Dalaran?
In World of Warcraft, yes.
Oh, I
And
didn't
it's a
know
toy
that.
shop.
All right. Well, there you go. I guess I'm not that original. But yeah, so
Dude, I feel you earlier today. I felt the exact same
I just
fucking
came up.
thing.
I'm improvising this shit. I don't know. I didn't have this written down. But he
I know.
creates wooden toys for children, and he has tops and rocking horses and action figures of like knights and stuff like that he's carved out of wood. Wood. He's got wooden swords and wooden shields and all sorts of
Why
fun things for
get
children.
would not like me to get a bunch of swords for the kids to use around the house. Any of them like particularly magical, like the ones we found in the manor, or are they just like general toys?
He does have a couple of snuggle beasts for sale. Nothing above uncommon, because obviously the expensive ones won't sell very well. But if you wanted to get another uncommon one or the common one, then you absolutely can. He sells a number of those. He doesn't sell any normal stuffed animals because that's not his kind of field of expertise. But the snuggle beasts at least do something, so he sells those. Let's see.
I gave the snuggle beast to
somebody.
Ari. I gave the snuggle beast to Ari, and then Teta got the little like quasi familiar thing.
Mhm.
So I'll get another snuggle beast for Teta in case he wants one.
Okay. Do you want the common
And
version or
then-
the uncommon version?
Remind me what they
the common
both-
version is an owl bear. The uncommon version is a unicorn.
I got her the unicorn, so I guess. Do I want to be that person who gets gendered toys for their kids? No. Fuck it. I'll get the owlbear just
Yes,
for
yes,
fun.
you do.
Sure.
You're being a stereotypical dad, so yes,
can-
yes, you would.
You can get the
I'm not
owlbear
a
for
stereotype.
you can get the owlbear for 100 gold.
100 gold. Jesus Christ. How many is that? 10 platinum?
Yeah.
Nothing but the best for your princess.
This one's for my son.
I
Friends.
stand by my statement.
Bitch. At least my kids are on planet.
Yes, where all the fucking thing that could come and kill you is here.
Oh well, let's see.
Fucking dad of the year.
And then I will take like one of those rocking horses. I'll take one of those too.
Okay. Rocking horse, less expensive. That's just 1 gold. It's a very well crafted rocking horse.
Mm.
I don't know where you're gonna keep this, by the way. Do you have a bag of holding?
We have a wagon.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that. You're right.
I'm not gonna carry it on my back, VG.
I don't know. I forgot you had a
I
cart.
thought you're the beast of the burden.
Motherfucker, I have 10 strength. Get a fucking horse, bitch.
I mean, I have a horse.
He does
might-
also.
I
I
might
will
call
say
it.
he also has a number of wooden like child-sized instruments. If you want to get one of those two.
Oh God, do I want to be the father that gets their kids instruments?
Yes,
he's
I
got
don't-
like
you're
a
a basic
flute.
dad, bitch.
He's got a flute. He's got a
No.
lyre. He's got a wooden a wooden drum.
Don't want my kids to be no fucking bards. Kind of
You're
example
basic.
of myself.
You're a basic dad. You want to get into instruments. You know you want to.
No, I'm not a basic dad, bitch.
You also
Nah,
did
I
you
wanna-
give
Yes,
them
you
a pet?
are. You're buying them fucking
Yeah,
presents
I
right
gave him
now.
a pet. I did give him a pet. It's that familiar.
They
It's
have
that
a-
weird
They
familiar.
have a spectral dog as a pet or something like that.
Yeah. And then I'm getting a snuggle beast in a rocking chair. And then, yeah, I think that'll be all the business I do for there. So another owl, bear, snuggle beast.
Cool.
I love how I could use these because they do have benefits, but I'm trying to be a decent father.
Okay. Alrighty.
Also, with the rest of the party, are we taking like a brief break for like shit?
Well, I
there's-
was trying to go
take-
shopping.
Yeah, I mean, like, are we taking downtime?
You can take as much downtime as you want to. It's up to you guys.
Okay.
Um,
And then
now
the
you wanted
jewelry
to go
shop to buy.
jewelry shop next or magic shop next?
Jewelry shop.
Okay. The jewelry shop in town. There is another one that you didn't go to. It's called Rhinestones. RHINE space stones.
Mhm.
Rhine being the German word for river, if I'm not mistaken. It's a little shop that is conveniently on the riverbank, hence the name. It's owned by a drow woman, who sells rare jewelry made with rare gems that were found in the Underdark.
Mm.
So she sells specifically Underdark jewelry. A lot of it is crafted with silver, and it has a very like it has like touristy designs on it. Like some of them do, but the more expensive jewelry is actually pretty nice. What are you looking for specifically?
Something. I don't want to get something like gaudy or just something that's just expensive. I want to get something like, more like earthen tones, dull browns, greens, jades, if anything. Not something like exorbitant, like a simple necklace.
Okay. Yeah, I'll say that there's a piece that would resonate with you as something she might like. Very very simple, is and you also know that, I mean, being a druid yourself, druids don't wear metal that often. They don't typically
Right.
like wear or use metal that was worked by mortal hands. So this is a piece that won't cost you very much, because it's a simple jade circle on a leather cord
Right.
that you could conceivably use. That one's
It's
only
funny because IRL I have to actually buy leather bound shit because I have a allergic reaction to certain precious metals.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so that is something you can get for her for 10 gold.
Oh,
Most of that is
Heck.
like the jade is like 10 gold, and then the leather cord is free. You know,
I got you.
it's something
Okay.
that you would spend too much on at a surf shop. So you can get that, and then magic shop, right?
Yeah.
Are you looking for?
And then the rest of my day would be looking for the chantry if there is one in the city.
Okay. If you're looking for, are you looking for like scrolls, or are you looking for items?
Items. Anything. I'm not. I'm looking to peruse, and if anything catches my eye, I might splash some coin on it. You know.
Okay. There's a shop that does catch your eye. It's a real small shop, and it's a tent that is It's weird because it's a tent that has its own lot, where a building could be, but it's just a fucking tent.
So someone wanted to skip on building costs and was like, "I'm gonna just have a tent. It's gonna be a tight ass tent." Got it.
Kinda, yeah. It is. To be fair, it is a large tent. But it's like this bright, it's like blue and purple striped, like almost like a circus tent. But when you walk inside of it, you can see that the inside is definitely bigger than the outside, and also nicer as well. On the inside, it has it's brightly lit. It's got like nice flooring. It has an upstairs and downstairs section, and several racks and shelves with which items can be displayed. Let me pick a couple of things for you here.
Be camping.
The proprietor of this establishment is a high elven woman who has a name that I wrote down. Her name is Althea Arowana.
Althea Arowana.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's spelled very simply.
It's pretty simple. There you go.
Oh, lovely.
I put it in memes again because why not? So there's her name. I want to just switch to general real quick. She's got a couple of things that you could use: magic weapons, items, wondrous items, etc. Are you looking for any categories specifically?
Not really weapons. It's just, I don't know, anything nature based, anything. If there's anything that has to do with stars, of course, I'm a sucker for. My guilty pleasure. So if there's anything star related, sure. But if not, just anything, not weapons, but anything interesting that might catch my eye.
Okay. See if I can find something here.
Digging through the dungeon masters.
Well, I have a section for homebrew / third-party magic items that I'm scrolling through in OneNote. There's a couple. Let's see if I can find something that doesn't require attunement. Let's see. There is a compass that catches your eye.
That's my roommate's again.
You look on one shelf. This catches your eye. It's a brass compass that has two needles, one large and one small. Both of them are pointed in different directions. When you pick it up, the small needle just seems to like float around and do whatever, and the other one seems to point north. Arowana, Althea speaks up and says, "Well, it's an interesting one. This one has a command word to activate it. Essentially, if you need to find something, you say its command word, and she says a word in Elvish, and the small needle points towards something else in the shop, which she then walks over to and picks up, and you can see it's a violin with magical runes etched into the body of it.
So do I say, just think of anything I need to find, or is it something specific that I need to link to it?
Well, you speak the command word while thinking of an object you wish to find, and if it is within a certain radius of the compass, it will point to it for you.
That is very useful, actually.
Yes, it's a once per day kind of thing, so don't lose things too often. But this one's available for purchase. This one's about 100 gold.
100 gold. You know,
So
I
that's
think. I'll keep that in mind.
Cool. You also see on the wall displayed there looks like a wreath at first, but looking closely at it, it looks like a buckler, a kind of shield. and it's made of like twisting, tightly knotted thorns and vines that move ever so slightly as you kind of look at it there against the wall. She looks at this one and says, interesting. Well, this is an interesting item. She reaches up and carefully, gingerly takes it off the wall. And she holds it out to you and says, yeah, try it on. See if it works for you.
I'll go ahead and try to equip it.
Sure. The vines, as you hold it against your arm, the vines like twist and wrap around it and secure it in place.
Brief, just ever so slightly brief panic.
It doesn't hurt you. It actually is. It's harmless that it's holding on to you, but it feels very secure on your arm. She says this one's generally doesn't like to attach itself to people, but it seems you have a proclivity for it. That one is yours if you wish to purchase it. Essentially, if you say this word, and she says another word in Elvish. Do you understand Elvish? I forget if you understand Elvish.
Absolutely not. So I'm going to need you to write these down.
Nope. I'll just say, you can just say, I say the command word, because I don't have it ready at the moment. But she says another word in Elvish, which you can memorize or whatever. And she says, if you put your arm on the ground and say that word, the vines will rapidly grow across an area.
Oh, so it's out of character. It's a free entangle spell?
It's spike growth.
Oh, yes.
It's spike growth that lasts for the entire duration and doesn't require concentration.
Oh,
Where the hell did he go?
He went to the magic shop.
Oh.
This one's also
Oh,
once per
I
day.
like
So you get one, and then it becomes tired, and it becomes whatever. It is a shield.
Right.
So it functions as a shield, and also you can cast nature magic from it. Typically, not a lot of the arcane users can use this one. Only those who have a proclivity for nature magic can be accepted by the shield itself, it seems.
I can finally have more 12 AC.
This one it's an uncommon shield. It requires attunement by either a druid or a ranger, so it'll work for you.
Oh, how much does it cost, VG?
This one is 250 gold.
So that's 25 platinum plus the 10 platinum for the compass.
Mm-hmm.
So 35 platinum total.
Yep.
do you have that much?
It's worth it. Oh, motherfucker, I got paid, baby. I got
other
paid.
stuff for you. That's only 2 items in here. Now,
Oh, you got.
since
And
you do have
there's
proclivity for nature magic, I would direct your attention towards this, because this might be fairly helpful. I don't know how adept you are at healing ailments, but this could help you out a little bit. And you look, and there is a ring in a glass case. It's a simple gold band with a ruby gemstone in the shape of a diamond on the band itself. Says this one is typically used by healers, though it's not common to see them using it. The pious rarely get paid enough to afford it, unfortunately. But if you have the coin, this one will increase the. It will bolster your ally beyond just the normal healing you do. It's typically used by adventuring healers or doctors or clerics, whatever.
I see. And what's the ballpark we're working with coin-wise on here? I'm very interested in everything here. I just need to get a mindset for how much I'm spending.
This one is fairly expensive. This one is 350 gold. But if you want my opinion, if you don't mind me saying, you look like you travel a lot, and you look like you get into scrapes a lot, judging by your equipment. This could be fairly helpful if you are traveling with friends. It only works when you restore health to others, so it's not really an item if you're traveling by yourself. But if you are traveling with companions and you do plan on keeping them alive, this will certainly do the trick.
Devonta just
For
kind
the
of
record,
strokes.
just as a heads up, it's called the Ring of Healer's Heroism. When you use an
Mhm.
action to restore hit points to a creature other than yourself while wearing this ring, you become infused with heroism. You gain temp HP equal to your spellcasting modifier, and until the end of your next turn, you're immune to the frightened condition.
So when I heal people, it bolsters me.
Yes.
That's
also-
pretty
it's-
fucking good.
One detail that I forgot to mention. So it's a gold band with the gem on it, and then from the gem there are two small golden wings that are fashioned out of the metal.
Mm.
It's like a flying part.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Let me just. You can go to somebody else. I'll say whether I purchased this in a second. Let me work around my fundings.
Okay. She has a number of like other magical items that I can randomly generate for you. So if you wanna peruse like all of them, then we can absolutely do that. Let me randomly generate a list of magic items that she has for the day, and then let's see, magic items.
Does that ring require attunement?
The ring of what?
Does that ring acquire attunement?
Yes, it requires attunement by a spellcaster.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I spent 100 gold at the toy shop, spending. If I want the ring, if I want the shield and the compass, that's what, 100, 250, 350 gold for.
If you want the other two, it's 350, I believe.
Okay,
It was 20 gold and no, it was 25 gold and or 25 platinum and 10 platinum. So yeah, 35 total for the other two.
Okay. Sorry. And then this one
Alright.
is 350, right?
The ring by itself is 350.
I'm back with him.
Jevin is magic item shopping. There's some cool stuff. I'll list a couple of other things that are around. There is a +1 and a +3 wand of the War Mage. There's a wand of magic detection. There's a wand of magic missiles, 2 of them. There's a wand of polymorph, a wand of web. 3 wands of web, 4 wands of web. Never mind. There are 4 wands of web because no one wants to fucking buy the web stuff. Apparently, Jesus Christ. There is a +1 heavy crossbow if anyone is interested in that. There is a set of half-plate adamantine armor that is fairly expensive. There are several sets of clothes that are clothes of mending. There is a potion of clairvoyance and of climbing, and of growth and of healing, and of mind reading, and there is a staff of flowers.
Flowers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's a lot of money. I'll let the other party. I'm already gonna splash so much cash on this bitch.
Sure. Alrighty. So that's what you got to think about. Anyone else is doing stuff?
Yes, I still wanted to shop.
Yes, you did. Where are you going?
I'm going to the spell store first.
The scroll store?
Yeah,
For
spells.
sure.
Yeah, Worcestershire. So that's the Sage's Scroll Book. When you enter, you can see again the half-elven individual is sitting at a desk, holding 2 hands out, one over one book and one over another one. As he's sitting at the desk, and he looks at you and says, "Welcome to the Sage's Scroll Book. Feel free to peruse as you like. I will be here, scribing if you need me." And he goes back to concentrating on his spell.
I nod at him. at the shopkeeper. Then I started browsing around. The particular spells I'm looking for is Rhymes Blinding Ice, Wither and Bloom, and Shadow Blade.
Okay. Let me fucking Google those real quick. Spells. Can you tell me the level of the spells, starting with Rhymes Blinding Ice, please? Rhymes is third level,
Two,
right?
two, and two.
Oh, they're all second level. Okay, that's fine. I forgot about that. I use Rhymes as my other wizard, so but I've only used it at third level. Yeah, Rhymes Blinding
Yeah.
Ice, evocation spell. Fantastic. That one, I feel like Rhymes would probably be harder to find. By nature of it being specifically a dragon spell. Let me do this. I'm gonna roll for it to see if that one's in the inventory.
Really?
No. Yeah, why not? That because I feel like that one would be rare. No, unfortunately, Rhymes Binding Ice not a spell scroll that exists that he can do. But if you find one and bring it to him, or if you research it yourself and then have a scroll of it, you can do stuff with it. The other ones, Shadow Blade, that one's a fairly common one, so you can definitely get that one. Spell scrolls, costing stuff. Forget what the uncommon spell scrolls typically cost. It's like 100 gold or something like that. I don't remember. Spell scroll costs 5e. Spell scroll costs and rarity guide. Uncommon. Should probably be first and second level.
Yeah. I was trying to spell heroism and I accidentally put heroin, so I have the ring of healing heroin.
Shadow
I
Blade being a
mean-
fairly common spell, I will charge you 150 gold to buy the scroll of it. If you want to scribe it, it'll be 100 gold to just have him scribe it into your book for you. You will need to leave your book with him so he can do that.
I could do it on my own time.
Okay, so if you want to buy the scroll and do it yourself, that's 150 gold. And then what was the third one?
Wither and Bloom.
Wither and Bloom.
Oh, I know that spell.
It's a necromancy spell.
It's a lovely spell.
Death and life. 2d6 necrotic damage on failsafe or half as much on a successful one. One creature for choice is in there, spend and roll one of its unspent hit dice for getting one. Points equal to the roll plus your spellcasting modifier. That's a pretty good one. I like that one.
And it also heals.
It does. It is a healing spell for wizards, which is crazy. Yeah, I like that one. That one will cost you, if you want to buy the scroll for it, since it is a healing spell for wizards, it's fairly useful. It's one of the only ones I get. I'll call it 200 gold for that one. Or if you want to have him scribe it, it'll be 150.
I'll pay both.
Okay. So 300 gold total, if I remember correctly. And you can get the spell scrolls for those and scribe them on your own time.
I'd like to show him my spell book and see if there's anything he might want to get from me, as a maybe discount.
He has everything that you have. He's a spell shop in a major city that has a college academy. He has almost everything.
He didn't have all of them.
He doesn't have rhymes, but you don't either. So there you go.
What else do they have?
Let's see. Let me go back to the list here. What the fuck? Okay. He's got scrolls that have cantrips on them. He's got basically stuff up to. He's got stuff up to third level on the shelf. Anything higher than that, he will tell you that he has them. He has them under lock and key elsewhere. And if you want to peruse them or scribe them, he has a catalog that is sitting on a plinth in the corner that you can browse the higher level stuff. If you do go over there and browse the higher level stuff, he has up to 5th level spells. So his 4th and 5th level scrolls are available for purchase, but you have to bring him the catalog and show him what you want. And then there is a chance that you can use those as well.
Plus 2 AC, motherfuckers.
I am looking for first level spells: Crimson Lash and Ghost Light.
Okay. Ghost Light. Is Ghost Light a? Is that from Tasha's? That's from Tasha's, right?
No,
Or is that from Grim
it's
Hollow?
from that book.
It's from Grim Hollow?
Yes.
Okay. I have that in front of me. That's fine. That is from the other book, which is a PDF. Give me a minute. Ghostlight probably. Ghostlight is cheap. I'll
I'm
75.
tired of certain somebody, not having the fucking dark vision.
Sure. Well, he has glass. He has goggles of night now, which you would know.
Oh,
because you saw him
fuck.
in the library.
In that case, fuck that.
Okay, so
Because I was originally going to cast Ghostlight on him, and only him being the target. So,
that
everybody
everyone
else,
could
it's
see
still
what-
darkness.
That's
Everybody
fucked up,
else,
man.
it's fine because no, everybody else is fine because we have fucking dark vision. For him, he have a light that we're not affected by it.
Okay, let me scroll down to Crimson Lash here. These weapons. Okay, here's the spells. Crimson Lash, first level conjuration spell. This is creating a whip of blood, right? Yeah, first level spell. We'll call it 75 gold to scribe it, and we'll call it 85 gold to just buy the scroll for it.
Could he not put it on my spellbook?
He can scribe it for you if you want to. It just
Yeah.
takes some time. So yeah, if you wanna scribe that, it's 75.
I'm arguing if I want to get Sanguine Shield.
A lot of blood
Sad.
magic.
Grim Hollow is full of fucking blood magic. What do you want?
It's kind of it's a lot of sangromancy spells, because the wizard school of sangromancy exists in this book, so they had to fill it with sangromancy spells.
Ooh.
Yeah, there you go.
Crimson Lash would help me out a lot because, I could just whip it out, literally.
Sure.
What do you?
Magical weapon, the keyword there. Count as a simple weapon but proficient with the light finesse and reach property. You could add spellcasting modifier, which is actually not a whole selling point for me, but damage die equal to equivalent of the hit dice expanded casting this spell. I could expand my paladin hit dice and get a 1d10 weapon that has a reach and a finesse.
And you don't have to use your spellcasting modifier. You can use strength or dex, whichever one works for you,
Yeah, I know.
which is great. It's fantastic. Yeah, it's a good spell for you. I would recommend it. Are you having him scribe all three, or are you taking 2 scrolls for yourself?
No, he's offering, so I'm going to get all 3, scribed.
Okay. So you'll be leaving your book with him, and he's gonna take a couple hours.
Oh, hell no, I'm not gonna leave. I'm gonna wait until he's done, then I'll move on to the next door.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, you have to give him your book for a second, and then you can sit in the corner or whatever while he scribes it. But it'll be a couple hours, so bring some reading.
Am I also chilling there?
If you don't want to leave your book alone, yeah, you can just be
Yeah.
there. Yeah, he's about halfway done with yours at this point, Flamora. And then so it'll take total, because he can only focus on one at a time. He's going to take 2 hours to do the rest of Flamora's stuff, and then 2 hours for yours. So it'll be a total of 4 hours if you want to just stay in the shop.
Wait, what did Flomora get anyway?
I got the thing that I can't pronounce. and
Intalio.
and my brain is shitting itself. A minute. Chromatic orb.
Yeah.
Orb of the chromatics.
Indeed.
Yes, indeed. So there you go. So it'll be about 4 hours. Well, actually, let me see. So Intalio, it halves the spellcasting time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, total for yours would be 2 hours. So he would actually be done with yours by now. So he can start on Strollvan's. Now, Strollvan, yours are it's 2 second level spells and a first level spell, yeah?
3.
3 second level spells?
Oh wait, Shadow Blade and Witherbloom and oh yeah, 2 and 1. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's 2, 4, or sorry, 4, 8, and then 2. So a total of 10 halved is 5 hours.
Can I help him with my spell, the Paladin one?
Well, the service for him to do it is what gives you the discount on it. If you want to buy the scroll and do it yourself, it's slightly more expensive.
Yeah, no, let him do it.
Okay. So it'll take him 5 hours to do it. You're welcome to peruse other shops in the meantime, but it's going to be like the end of the day by the time you finish.
Oh fuck. I'm gonna leave my familiar with him then.
Okay, sure, whatever. He's fine with that.
I tell him to notify the familiar and it will let me know when you're done.
Will do. I will certainly do that for you, sir. Thank you for your patronage, and have a good day.
So that is total of what? How much gold? You said 300 for the first 2 and
And then for the Crimson Lash, it was 85 for the scrolls, 75 for the scribing. So it'd be 375 total.
cool.
Okay. And what other shop are you doing?
I give him 3 platinum and 75 gold.
Okay, sounds good.
Magic store.
Magic store.
Can I also go to magic store?
Yeah, if you want to leave your book there. Oh no, your book is
I
done.
thought
Never
there-
mind, you're good.
Yeah.
I was thinking of the other thing. Yeah, sure, go ahead. Yeah, if you two want to go together, we can do that.
I must say it's refreshing to have another wizard in the party with us.
Understandable.
After that, Strovan just start walking toward the magic store.
Alrighty.
Me too.
Yeah.
Conversation in this group, I gotta say, it's
Strovan is a fucking librarian for most of his life, so he's not the socialite.
Tabata's the only conversationalist.
Yeah.
And we're
Yeah.
both wizard. We don't need to really talk.
Yeah.
Unless it's about nerdy shit. Then you want to talk about it.
Exactly.
So
See?
Yeah.
Moving on, Even Oddities is not too far away. It's on the riverbank there in the market district itself. This would likely be before Tavanta got there, so you guys would be browsing her shit before Tavanta. Okay, are you looking for anything specific in Althea's shop?
You steal my items. Swear.
The wand of magic missile.
Okay,
Emerald pen.
Emerald pen. Fuck is my?
I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have a fucking hard time finding this one too. But I'm gonna look for it anyway.
Well, I'll roll
What?
again on her weapon thing just to see what we got.
What the fuck is an emerald pen?
It's a pen, that's emerald.
It's the Fizban's Treasury of Dragons from there. It's a wondrous item, uncommon. This pen is tipped with an emerald nib and requires no ink to write. While holding this pen, you can cast illusionary script at will, requiring no material components. I am literally getting it so I don't have to fucking carry ink.
Ah.
Well, does the illusory script disappear after a while or no? I don't think it does, right?
I mean, it's casted at will, so I mean, but it's a 1 minute.
Right, but it's not like a thing that goes away after 24 hours or whatever. Like the spell itself.
Duration 10 days.
Oh, well, there you go. You got 10 days of writing.
Well, I'm assuming. Yeah, if I use it. Wait, what do you mean 10 days worth of writing?
I mean, like, it'll only last for 10 days before it disappears, right? That's what the spell says.
Yeah, hold on. You write on parchment and be able to put an illusion to you and any creature you designate when you cast a spell. Writing appears normal, written in your hand, and conveys whatever meaning you intended when you wrote the text. To all others, writing appears as if. Uh, should the spell be dispelled, original script and illusion both disappear? Doesn't actually say it disappears. Just the spell description said duration is 10 days.
Let me read it. What is it, a first level spell?
Yeah, first level ritual. But like I said, I'm literally getting it just so I don't have to fucking around, carry around ink. So,
Right.
and
Uh, uh, it says it's imbued with a potent illusion that lasts for the duration. So you can't scribe anything permanently with the pen using that effect, but you can scribe something for 10 days. Then that illusory script goes away after. If that's okay with you.
that's perfectly fine with me. I just want the no ink part so I could scribe spells without fucking getting buying ink every fucking time.
Right. This is the illusory script is a secondary effect of the pen, right? It's that you can write
Yeah.
without ink regardless. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Cool. She doesn't have one in her shop, but she can get one for you.
Of course.
I mean, in a college town where ink is expensive, and the kids who can afford it can buy them, emerald pens are in high demand. But yeah, she can source one for you. She has a contact. She goes, yes, I have a contact in Zatmorvis I could go to find what you're looking for. It could take a little while. Why don't you come back tomorrow and I'll see if I can source one for you. Or if you'd like,
Fair enough.
for a small fee, I can have it sent to you. I can have him mail it to an address of your choice.
No, that won't be necessary.
All right, very well. So the emerald pen is what rarity?
It's uncommon.
Uncommon. Cool. Are you a student of the college?
No, we are employed by them, however.
Okay, well, fair enough. So it'll be 100 gold for the pen, for the quill rather. If you wish to pay for it now or upon
I'll
receiving the
pay
item.
to. If you could produce one fourth night, I'll double that price.
Before tonight, you said.
Yes. It's very inconvenient to have to carry around ink as a man of my stature.
Very well, as it is for most academically inclined. Very well. Well, I shall close up shop in a couple of hours, and I shall try and source that for you. Where are you staying?
What inn are we staying at, guys?
We were staying at one really bougie place because we got a lot of money.
You're staying at
Yes.
the Jeweled Chalice.
The Vuji, yes, Jewel Chalice.
Yeah, the Jeweled Chalice. Well, alrighty then. Certainly. If you'd... should I leave it at the desk for you, or just have you contacted to come down and meet me for the transaction?
I shall have my familiar stand at by the front door. His very small white owl, pure white. You can't miss him. Just tell him you're here, and he will fetch me.
Very original. All right. Very well. Then, if there's anything else you wish to purchase in the meantime, feel free to peruse, and I can give you the information on any of the items in here to the best of my knowledge.
Magic shop doesn't have any. I would have to go to the armor store, wouldn't I?
Possibly. Give me one
Okay.
second. I do have to go to the bathroom again. I'm sorry. Wingstop.
Why don't we take a
is-
5? Because I'm pretty sure everybody needs to go pee.
Yeah. Let's take 5 real quick so that we can all do stuff real quick. Because, dude, Wingstop is not agreeing with me right now. I can tell you that much. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back again. So you're looking for Ruby of the War Mage, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
That's another thing. She has Wand of the War Mage, but she doesn't have a Ruby.
It's a
She
common
has a-
item and they don't have it?
She doesn't have it in her shop. No, I'm rolling this stuff as like a random table, so I'm looking at her inventory and that's not on there. But she does have a Wand of the War Mage if you want that instead. That's another thing that she could get for you easily, or just make it. But again, it takes time. So.
Okay. I'll wait for that. That's worth it for me.
Okay.
And
How
the
much
Pearl
was that
of
wand
Power.
cost?
Pearl of Power. That
I
one-
also want one.
Of course you do. Yeah, Pearls of Power are highly sought after by spellcasters, and that one's also going to take some time to source out. Again, not impossible, but it will take time and money to find. So the Ruby of the War Mage, that'll be 100 gold, flat out.
Okay.
Easy enough to get, relatively fine. The Pearls of Power, though, those are going to take a little bit of looking for. He says, those, honestly, I go out of stock every time I find them. If I do happen to come across any, I will be the first to let you know. But it will take, if I'm looking for it and not running my business, it will take me quite some time usually to find it. I'll have to come across them at some point. If you wish to have it commissioned, I take half the payment up front, and I can have it made for you from a friend that I know elsewhere in Zatmova's province. But it will take, obviously, time to source the materials, and then, of course, enchanting and labor. So,
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're looking at sort of Pearl of Power, sourcing those materials, labor. You're looking at 500 gold at least for one.
I shall wait if you could find it. If you could find it. I'm not sure how long we'll be here. That's why I was putting rush on
Yeah.
the emerald pen.
Well, commission's open if you wish to put a down payment on it, or if you just want to wait and hope for the best. My shop will be open, and I generally restock every month or so.
Oh, I pull out my arm blade. What would you take for this, by the way?
It's an interesting craft. It's a common item, yeah?
It's a common item.
Well, it has seen
I-
some wear and tear. Certainly seen some uses, but the enchantment remains strong, steady. I'll take it off your hands for 75 gold. I'll give you that much for it.
How about I donate, and if you would put your earnest effort to find the pearl?
I'll tell you what, if you give me this item and another 100 gold or so, we'll call that the down payment for the pearl. And if I find one, I
Done.
shall contact you. Alright. Well then, first half is put down as a holder, second half to be paid upon completion or finding of the item.
If this matters, it's a longsword arm blade.
Yeah. Alrighty. Well, I'll take that off your hands, and you may pay for that. Is there
Sounds
a
good.
method by which I can contact you if you're not in the city? I'm assuming you're not staying at the Jewel Chalice for long.
No, Larishev, there's a Lord Chance's Manor. You could send it over there under the package for Strovan.
Well, I must receive full payment first
I
before
mean,
I can.
yes, I mean, in case we leave the town, you could send the message there.
Ah, okay. I was more so asking for your name, sir, because I can contact you regardless, but I would need to know
Oh, Strovan.
Strollvan. Excellent. Well, Mr. Strollvan, I will be sure to let you know. Keep an ear out for a sending spell coming your way when I have received the item in question.
Understood. And I look forward to seeing you tonight with that my pen.
Fantastic.
And you said you should be able to get the War Mage by tomorrow, or not sure on that.
Yes, I will be able to grab that by tomorrow, or again, if you wish to put a little down, since I am going to see my friend anyway, I might be able to grab it tonight if he has it in stock.
I toss him another platinum.
Very well. Alrighty then.
I
I shall see you later today, sir. Thank you very much for your
very good.
patronage.
I'm not. I won't lie to you. We may not be staying long, but we will be coming to on it quite often. So I expect you'll be getting a lot of business from me and my party.
Well, that I very much look forward to.
And I bid you good day. Oh, if you could direct me to blacksmith or magical arms, specifically armors.
Well, in terms of magical armaments, I'm afraid you won't find much in this city. There's not a huge demand for them. However, there is a shop that could at least make the armaments for you. There are a couple in the city. Depends on what's style and make you're looking for. If you're looking for something more conventional that you could then enchant later, the Hammer and Brace Smithy is owned by Porthos Daramus. He's relatively a newcomer to the series, to the city. He's only been here about the better part of 10 years. He's makes good steel at a reasonable price, but nothing magical, I'm afraid. If you're looking for something a little bit more, well, with a little bit more craftsmanship, there is a Dwergar shop not too far from here that does smithing in the style of the Underdark, and has it can be enchanted, though they don't do anything super expensive or explosive. Let's say typical magical enchantments can be paid for and commissioned there for sure.
Of course.
That one is called Shadow's Steel. The Shadow's Steel Smithy.
Very good. And armor-wise, I'm particularly looking. I point at my own leather armor. I'm particularly looking for the leather variety.
Oh, leather craftsman. You know what? Let me double check something real quick. I might have something in stock for you. Let me see if I actually do have something in stock for you, because I think I wrote something that was leather.
I'm looking for a custom job. That's why. No offense, thanks.
Well, custom leather enchanting. I mean, I can enchant them for you if you wish, but as far as a crafter who can do that, there are general leathersmiths, but no one who is necessarily skilled enough to both craft and enchant at the same time. Enchantment can always be added after, but if you're looking for that kind of craftsmanship, I'm afraid we don't have anyone of that proclivity here, at least not to my knowledge. I have heard that there is one. I have heard that there is one in Sene, I believe, that can do such a thing.
Um, very well. Let's see what you have in stock first. You said you might have something for me.
I do, possibly. Let me see if I actually do, or if I am talking out of my ass. I did scroll past something. I don't remember if it was on my notes or if it was on the website. Bow of the Elder Charger. Nope. Yes. Here we go. I did find it here. It is a studded leather suit of magical armor, which is studded with adamantine. It's not
Oh.
necessarily a +1, but it has other effects to it. She brings it out, and the I don't know what you call it, engraving or inscribing, whatever it is, etching on the leather, is reminiscent of an eagle. You can see that there on the chest there is the inscribed like an eagle in flight, about to looks like about to swoop down and grab its prey. You can see like talons outstretched, the wings cross over the shoulders and onto the pauldrons. Very cool looking piece, and then obviously studded with adamantine on it. So while you're wearing it, any critical hit against you becomes normal. And in addition, when a creature you can see hits you with a melee attack while you're wearing the armor, you can use your reaction and speak its command word. When you do, the eagle wings, a pair of spectral eagle wings flash out of your back, and the wings push you back 10 feet away from the attacking creature without provoking attacks of opportunity. You also,
Yes,
when you do that, it reduces the attack's damage by 2d6. The attack that triggered it.
Yes, please.
That's a 1 per day thing. That one is very expensive. This one is, she says, this one is, it's a very potent effect, but I have had a hard time finding someone who can afford it. Though, if you don't mind me saying, you look like you can. This one in particular is 850 gold.
Give her the money.
Fair enough.
Not even haggling.
Fair enough. 850 gold, and it's all yours. So this is called.
I give her the money.
This is called the Silver Eagle Studded Cuirass.
Oh, son of a bitch. Hold on.
It does require attunement, and I will send that to you in your DMs.
Hey, could
Move
you
on to
send
the
me?
guy. Somebody's at my door.
Yep.
Okay. Real quick, if I could grab your ear,
Yes.
could you list me the names of the compass, the shield, and the ring again?
Yeah. The shield is, I believe, called. Or the shield is the. Is like a briar. Sorry. Fucking goddamn it. Give me a second to look it up. The compass is called the Seeker's Compass. I will link that for you in chat, since you are in fact buying that. It looks like.
I've bought all three.
Yeah. Seeker's Compass there.
Mhm.
Bramble Buckler is the other one.
Oh, I was close. I said Bramble Shield.
Yeah, there you go. There's the buckler. And what was another one? Did you have another one?
Yeah, it was the ring of healing and heroism.
Yeah, the Ring of Healer's Heroism. Which is
Oh, okay. Ring of Healer's Heroism.
There you go.
This will be useful since I heal people a lot.
1 platinum equals 100 gold, right?
One platinum is 10 gold.
Okay.
So it's 85 platinum for the armor, and then etc.
Which will leave me at 170, 17 platinum. Got it.
Cool.
How much is the wand of the war mage?
Yeah, I'm sorry. As soon as you said not critical, it's like, yep, I'm taking it.
Yeah, no critical hits. Adamantine studded armor. And and you get to reduce attacks and run away from things. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good magic item.
I mean, if they roll a crit, they'll still automatically hit you, but they just won't get the extra damage.
Yeah, still good.
Yeah, especially when with you, they practically need a crit just to actually hit you.
You are the melee character, so.
Yes, the singular melee character we have.
I'm not counting.
Indeed.
Moyle is technically
There-
this character.
There was some shopping I wanted to do as well, but that
Yeah. I mean, it's Flamora and Jay at the moment, and Strovan. Right?
Are there any other wizard stuff in here, or
Any other wizards?
wizard?
I'm
Yeah.
sure there's probably some stuff. Go back to my website there. Give me a second.
I wish you would have copy paste, not the picture. I have to type it all.
I know, the OneNote doesn't do that for me, unfortunately. Waste of disruption, gainful exercise. Several potions of healing. There's a Spellguard shield. I don't think I can use shield for.
Nope.
Yeah, other than the Wand of the War Mage, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're his best customer now. After telling him we might be coming back, frequently and buying all this. Sorry, her.
She's a tall, lithe, high elven woman, wearing very very fine white robes etched with gold and silver and all that fun stuff. Okay. Wand of the War Mage there was a +1 and a +3.
I don't think I can afford the +3 one.
No, most likely not. The Wand of the War Mage is an uncommon item, and you get a bonus to spell attack rolls determined by the wand's rarity, and you ignore half cover when making spell attacks. Requires 2 minutes. The uncommon one is the one most likely that you can afford. So that one is 200 gold.
I picture my Arcane Grimoire. No question. If you have an Arcane Grimoire and a Staff of Magi, do the bonuses stack?
Staff of the Magi.
No, not Staff of
no.
Magi. Staff of the War Mage. God damn it!
The wand.
I
of
did
the
not
War
mean to
Mage
say
is a
that.
wand. It's not a staff.
Wand, the one.
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't.
Okay, I'll get that.
Sure. Yeah, you can add Wand of the War Mage. It's a bonus to spell attack rolls only. It doesn't upgrade your DC like the Grimoire does, but hey, you get basically a +2 to hit stuff now.
Yeah.
Yep, decent enough. Requires attunement, uncommon, 200 gold. It's all yours.
Yeah.
Only 200. Did they have multiple wands of the War Mage?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to the magic store. I'm in the weapon store, right? I'm gonna go to the steel first.
The Shadows Steel. The Dwargar
Yep.
shop.
Yep.
Let's pause for now. I'll come back to you. Chance, we'll go to Chance for now. We'll come back.
All right. What? Because once because on the Onamance thing I rolled an 18. Just go ahead and send me whatever Chance finds on that at the DMs. If you don't want to clog things up.
I mean, with an 18, I'll say you know the basic principles of it.
All right. And I would like to go to an armorer. Yeah.
Okay. There are
As
two
a-
Oh,
options.
yeah.
There's 2 options. There's the Dwargar shop, which is Shadows Steel, and there is the other one, which I definitely remember and should probably find, called the Hammer and Brace.
Do I know anything about those 2 stores?
No. pick one or the other. Whichever one you want to do.
I'll try Hammer and Brace, and if I don't like my fun, then I just go to the other one.
Okay, that's the best I could do with that.
Sure. Yeah. You can. Let's do anything. No. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Copy that into the item's description as well if you wanted to keep it there. Alrighty.
I put it in the features and traits
Yeah.
section so I could,
Yeah, that's perfect. That's fine by me. Okay, so you were going to the. Which one did you say you were going to? I'm sorry.
Hammer and Brace.
Hammer Brace. Okay. So this one's it's a relatively small blacksmith shop. It's kind of like an open kind of garage feel, basically, where the entire shop is inside of this place that has the whole front of it open for ventilation and also for display purposes. And you can see this like pretty big, pretty muscly human guy. Looks to be in his like late 20s. And he's wearing like a set of overalls, no shirt, thick leather work boots and gloves, and he is hammering away at a horseshoe on the anvil. Inside the shop, along the walls, you can see various weapons, breastplates displayed, various tools that he also has for sale that he's crafted and made. You know, calipers and tongs and different, like smithing tools or mason's tools, like hammers, like useful stuff for crafters and craftsmen and stuff like that. He has, a number of breastplates. He has a number of long swords, rapiers, some daggers available.
Hold on a second. Browser's making me fucky right now.
Yeah, I see people. I see people reloading the game.
Reloading?
Oh. Okay.
Damn it, Soap.
Who was the guy on the at the counter?
You want to go talk to him? It's a big human dude with thick ass muscles, and he looks like he could be on the cover of a romance novel. Like that's the kind of guy you're looking at. Yes, walk up to him. Walk up to the shop. He's busy hammering away.
Hello there.
He turns to face you, tongs in hand, looks at you. Well, hello. What can I do for you?
My friend here got his armor damaged, and I'm looking for a replacement.
A replacement, all right. Well, you sure you don't want it repaired?
Repair is an option, but if I can, I'd like to upgrade while I'm at it. So.
I see. Well, you certainly come to the right place. Let's see what we can do here. He has scale mail, right?
Yeah.
And was it magical or no? It wasn't, right?
It wasn't magical. That's why it was able to be debuffed by the ooze.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't think that it would have applied to a magical armor.
He looks at it and says, "Well, this thing's certainly seen some wear and tear, but nothing too crazy. I can replace some of the bits and pieces here for you. Certainly I can repair this for you, but if you're looking for an upgrade, like, what are you thinking?"
Remind me, breastplates is a medium armor, right? Breastplate?
Yeah, it's also less than scale mail in terms of AC.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. Scale mail is like the second best version of medium armor you can get behind half plate. Breastplate is like the first tier of medium armor.
How much would you charge for a half plate?
Half plate? Ooh, it'll take me a while to do, but I can do it. Let's see. I mean, materials and cost. Usually, I charge about $8.50 for
about how much would you be able to take off if you got scale mail for scrap? If I sold it to you.
Well, to be honest, I'd probably just repair it myself and resell it. But I'd knock 150 off the price for you. If that's what you want to do. Trade it in.
Probably gonna. Chance thinks, well, I'm gonna probably have to cut into my fund for repairing the house, but staying alive is more important.
Hey.
Strogan's voice just pops up behind in his head. Very good, sir.
You're his fucking Jiminy Cricket now.
So I'm going to take out. Let's see. I have 415 gold. I have 415 gold in my normal fund and 7 platinum.
It will cost you
Chance-
70 platinum total to get a new set of half plate.
Yeah. So Chance start counting out the coins, setting out the platinum first, and kind of doing the mental arithmetic for all the gold he's gonna need.
Cool. Like, you know your funds better than I do, so you can do the math. But yeah, if you want that commissioned, he can make it for you. He can craft it for you. It's gonna take him a while. It's gonna take him probably. It's probably gonna take him like 2 weeks or so.
All right.
Okay. And also, just if you want him to keep that discount price, he would take the armor now as collateral.
Yeah.
So Moyle will be without armor for a little while.
Yeah. He does have his natural armor bonus, so he's not completely fucked.
Yeah. Yep. So just as a heads up for that, you can remove that from his sheet there, turn it into the guy, and pay him 700 gold or the equivalent. He'll commission that for you.
Yep, I'll pay him 700, and that leaves Chance with fuck and all to keep to himself. And let's see, I'm gonna take off 200 from that, just so I have some personal funds on my person. So, house fund is now 705 gold and 5 silver.
There you go.
And Chance has 200 gold on his person.
All right. Cool. Now, anyone else want to do anything? Do you have anything else you want to do, Hunter, before I move on to other people?
No, I'm good.
Okay. So, Strollvan, go back to you. You're going to Shadow Steel.
Yep.
This shop it's an indoor forge because of the Dwergar that run it. Obviously shaded with basically only the light from a couple of lanterns on the forge to light the interior. When you go in, you can see there are like 3 or 4 Dwergar running about, doing their various smithing jobs. One of them stops and addresses you as you enter. Hello, welcome to the shop. What can I do for you?
Greetings to you, Master Smith, and Strovan bows. I would like to inquire if it's possible to browse your wares. I am looking for particularly one for a friend of mine. Well, he might think we're more of an acquaintance than a friend, but I like to think of him as a friend.
Certainly.
Aww.
What are you looking for?
He's a druid, and I was hoping to find something that will help him in a weapon-wise.
A druid. So you're looking for something made out of wood, then?
I was thinking a sickle.
A sickle. Well, certainly.
Out of character, I'm looking for a moon sickle +1.
Okay.
It is uncommon item.
I understand you're looking for that, but you're looking for a druid. They won't technically wield anything made of metal, so I'm not quite sure if I'll have something that'll work for him, but... Does your effect? Does it say magical armor and shields only that you can't
Just
wear?
armor
or
and
just
shield.
weapons?
They could use steel weapons.
Because they can use scimitars, right? So that'd be fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they can use metal weapons.
Yeah, moon touch scimitar.
I just don't.
Well, that kind of enchantment I can do. In terms of how you want crafted, sorted, is there a particular material you'd like it to be made out of? We've got a couple of choice materials that might add an extra oomph for an extra price.
I must confess that I am not knowledgeable as much as I would like to be in the areas of this druidic art, so I would have to refer to your wisdom, Mastersmith.
Well, let me see what I've got here. Hang on a second while I pull up the notes from the last campaign. Hold on a second.
Oh, those special medals.
Yeah.
Oh, I love those. If I was playing a martial character, I would have been all up in that shit.
Shop inventories, random shit, magical tattoos. Did I have them here?
Oh, would I have been able to sell just the normal studded leather back to her, just like half price?
To her, no. Well, you can go somewhere else and sell that though.
Okay, cool.
You can sell that at half price somewhere else. That's fine. Let's see. Where the fuck did I put it? It should be here. Oh, special
Yeah,
materials. Here we go.
45.
Well, for your friend that's a druid, I do have. I have sourced some ironwood recently. I can make it out to that. Ironwood is specially alchemically treated wood that's as hard as metal but half the weight. And since it's technically wood, it's not offensive to one of the nature persuasion.
That would be wonderful, sir. How much would it cost?
Well, depends on how much the fucking sickle costs. Let's find out.
Moon sickle is a uncommon.
It's an uncommon. Doesn't do much, right? It just lights up in the dark.
No. You're thinking moon touch sword.
Never mind. I don't know what the fucking moon sickle is. Let's find out.
Moon sickle is a +1 bonus attack and damage rolls made. Uncommon, requires attunement by druid or ranger. Simple weapon melee. Silver-bladed sickle glimmers softly in the moonlight while holding this magic weapon.
Bonus to
gain
attack and
+1
damage rolls made with it. Bonus to attack.
and +1
spell
to
attack.
DC.
That's pretty good. Spellcasting focus for during ranger spells. Oh, look at that. It's a healing thing, too.
Yes.
Well, that's gonna be more expensive than I thought it was going to be. For that one, I mean, the enchantment itself is gonna be 350, but if you want to add the ironwood to it, it's a solid 400. I also have other material that I could make it out of, technically. That'll add more
Unfortunately,
to
at
its
the
price.
moment, I cannot afford. If it was just by itself, I could afford it, but with the special material, I cannot. Unfortunately.
Well, up to you. But if you want a normal one, I can make it work for 350 gold.
I slide the 350 gold.
Fair enough. You don't have to pay me now, but I'll take half of this for material sourcing, and I'll get back to you in a week.
I would like to pay upfront as my sign of trust to you and to honor you, Master Smith.
Well, I appreciate that, certainly. You know what? For my special customer, I'll see what I can do to lower the time for you. How about that?
Thank you very much, sir.
Come back in 5 days. I'll see what I can make for you.
Very good, sir. Yeah, I gotta save money to pay for the pearl power and the other war mage, so I can't do the stiffy stuff. Not stiffy.
There are other materials that you could use as well. There's one that I'm particularly happy about called Starglaze, which could be fun to deal with, but that's for another time.
Yeah, no, I was gonna ask you if we could use that because
Sure.
that would totally
Fuck
be
yeah.
up to
I love
Bonte.
that stuff. I made it all up, except for Ironwood. Ironwood is still from Pathfinder.
And on the way back to the inn, I'm gonna sell the studded leather to leather guy, maybe.
Sure, half price for the studded leather, whatever it is.
So 45. So yeah, I got it. 22 with the 5 silver. Got it.
Fantastic. I like doing this voice, but it hurts my fucking throat.
Don't use your throat. Speak for your diaphragm. It hurts less.
Yeah, I figured. It's alright, I'm used to it.
Like, oi, where's my ale?
I'll certainly try. As long as I don't use the top of my throat, it works out fine. Alright, cool. So that's yours in 5 days, whenever you want to do that.
Yep.
Anybody else? Going once. Going twice.
Can I buy a 50 gold
Sorry.
diamond?
No.
Okay.
You took all the diamonds. You took all the diamonds in town yesterday.
Yay! Okay.
I
So no.
currently Tabata has 1,800 gold worth of diamonds.
Can I borrow one?
No, those are revivify diamonds, you
Yeah,
bitch.
you're gonna have to find another shop.
Because of
besides
certain
diamonds.
somebody.
Keyword borrow.
I specifically asked to go to a different jewelry shop because the one that we bought all the diamonds for, I didn't want to, because I thought they might be like mad at us for like cleaning out their stock, or maybe
Why
really
would
happy.
they be
I don't know.
mad?
You spent all the money. That they're happy to give you product.
Fair enough.
But yeah, that's all the diamonds in town, unfortunately. So
Yeah. Also, if no one else is gonna do any buying things, then I would like to do my search for the chantry.
sure. Okay. In this city, the chantry has not really been super prevalent. Like they don't have a church in town. I'll say that. There are people that pass by surely on their travels, but you'd have to keep an eye out for them. But in terms of like a church or a place of worship, there's not an established one in the capital city. You do know, and I've told you this in a previous session, that they have established churches in the northwestern part of Cernan province, in settlements up there along the coast and somewhat inland, but they don't reach too far in terms of like a church where you go to worship the core.
I see.
Okay. Anything else? Going once.
Nope.
Going twice.
Can you repeat those? Can you repeat those for me?
Repeat what?
Can you repeat the names of where they are located?
Oh, you don't know specifics. You just know a general area where they're at. They're in the northwestern part of Cernan province. Which would be like Foyers, Solifan, Migran, Odomkov, Cernanville, Kobush, Guile. I mean, you've been through Kobush, so you know there's no church there. But in the other areas, there is possibility of a church. Okay. So, with money spent and bags teeming with magic items and random shit, the wizards can gather their books. The rest of you can gather your other items, including a random ass rocking horse that's in the back of your cart. And
Don't worry about it.
and yeah, you guys can meet. Eventually, you manage to meet up back at the Jeweled Chalice. It is another 10 gold per room that you wish to rent.
Yeah, but I assume in the morning we are going back to Lairship.
Sure. At some
In the
point,
morning.
at some point past sundown, with Snowy the Owl posted up outside of the establishment, the High Elven magic shop owner arrives with a small pouch containing the items that Strovan requested. You can meet her outside of the establishment and do your exchange.
Yep. Sounds good. I got my spell book back, right?
Yeah, that you did that before you came back to her.
Cool. I paid her for the rest of the money I agreed upon for the pen.
Cool. It's very, very nice, very well made. The ruby itself, also very. Very
Oh,
nice.
she found a ruby as well.
I think she sourced it for you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You paid her to find it today, so she managed to find it from her contact, wherever that was.
Nice. So how much does that run me?
Whatever I said before. It was like 300, I think, total. Something like that.
I paid 100
It was a
already for the
pen.
down payment for the war page.
The pen was
Uh,
what? Like,
it's a common item.
yeah, it was a common item. I said 100 gold for the pen, I believe. Does that sound about
And
right?
I doubled down saying if you could find it tonight, so that's 200 there for just for the pen.
Yeah, so that's 200, and then the ruby was also a common item. That was 75, if I remember correctly.
So, and since I gave her 100 for the down payment for the pen, that will mean I just owe her 175.
Yes.
Right?
Yep. Sounds good.
Cool. I give her the rest of the money.
Cool.
Let's see.
At this point, it's close to like 10 o'clock at night, like 10 o'clock, 10:30. You guys have spent pretty much all day running around to different shops and spending all your money buying shit. Yeah, you can take a rest whenever you wish. You can have conversations between each other if you want to. Up to you. Whatever you want to do.
I wanted to talk to Chance.
Cool. And I believe you have to talk to
Dan-
Talanta too, right?
No, that's a surprise.
Okay.
That's a surprise tool that'll come help us later.
This is a secret
damn
to
it.
help us later. Cool. Go ahead.
Where is Chance at? Is he out in the foyer or is he in his room? If it's
I mean, if we're in the inn, so he just would probably retire to his room after shopping, unless anyone stopped him.
I'll knock on his door then.
Chance will unlock the door of the mage hand while he's perusing over some of the. Still looking over some of the documents he copied down.
Excuse me, sir. May I have a moment of your time?
You may, but please don't be too loud. I am working on something that I deem rather important.
I have a business proposition for you.
I'm listening. Chance still has not looked up from the papers he's reading over.
I would like to have one of your servant quarter for my personal use. For lodging, if you would.
Alright. What's in it for you said it's a business opportunity. What's in it for me here?
I am willing to offer you 200 platinum upfront down payment, and each time we get reward from a quest 10%.
It's a rather large sum.
I am very, like I said, I have a business opportunity for you, sir.
Chance will look up and he may not be very wise, but he knows something if it sounds too good to be true. And why do you want lodging in my manor when you can just easily get anywhere else probably for much cheaper?
Because, sir, as I mentioned to you before, it is in my best interest that you are a proper lord. That means you have a proper house, sir.
Wait. Hold on. Hold the fuck up. Hold the fuck up a second, that character. 200 platinum.
You're giving him 2,000 gold?
Yes.
He's buying an apartment.
You-
basically.
Alright.
And you're gonna give me 10% of everything you've earned from our from our adventures. And you just
Yes.
want a place to sleep.
Yeah, a room.
I mean, take it for the extra shit, man. I mean,
I th-
There's something you're not telling me here.
Like what, sir?
Well, quite frankly, even with your goals of making me a proper lord, that's a side effect of what you actually want. As you've already said, your goals align, and just happens that me being a proper lord helps you out.
Yes, sir.
The question then becomes, what do you get out of so heavily reducing your own pocketbook and further gains in said pocketbook?
My goal, as you understand, I'm pretty sure you're familiar with obsession, sir. As you are with your map, I too
Obsession,
have.
life's work.
Yes. Well, life, you, okay, then you may understand it better than I do. Well, you might be sympathetic. You have your life's work, which is regarding to that map. I have my family's goal that goes back to the times of the breaking. It is our entire family's goal have been to find something. Being and having a sympathetic ear to the Lord and having a secure place to operate goes a far way to start finally going on the adventures.
All right, and I also
And
noticed
when
you.
I say my family, we're talking 15 generation of Elben family lives, sir. That has been my family's goal.
Well, two conditions that I accept this, because I did notice how you did not tell me what your the thing you're seeking is, and if you want to keep it to yourself, so be it.
Oh no, if I find it, the world will know, sir.
But I want a couple of conditions to cover my bases,
Very good, sir.
and those conditions are: this will be done in a written contract, and
Of
two,
course.
in that contract, it will stipulate that I am not to be responsible for anything you may do. So if you happen to do something that violates laws or gets you in some kind of trouble, I am not considered to be responsible for you.
Strobin actually looks shocked at your suggestion of him breaking rules and law.
As regardless how outlandish the possibility is, if you're going to be staying under my roof, most things from what that book you so kindly gave to me, that
Very
you being
well.
under me being in my household would normally put you under my responsibility. I do not want this, so I'm making clear in the contract that I am not responsible for you. You get yourself into trouble, you are on your own.
I have my own stipulation as well, sir. Would that be all right?
Depends on what it may be, but go ahead, speak.
You will not inquire about what I am searching for, what I have asked my what my family have been searching for.
Fair enough. I will not. I can agree to this.
2, you will do your utmost best and earnest effort to become a proper lord.
Chance looks like you just told him to kick a puppy.
Sir, I am offering you quite a bit of money right now.
You are, but quite frankly, your lessons on being a lord have not done your cause much service.
Why? Yes, I will admit that. So you may need a proper tool for being a lord on this planet now, sir.
I can agree to
Obviously,
this under the notion that while I will be trying my best, I will be a proper lord, as you say it. Unless I see the need to it, I will not intend to advance my station any further than I already have.
Agreed. Shall I give you the money now or when the paperwork is done, sir?
When the paperwork is done, so that way there's no chance of anywhere.
Very good, sir. And I would obviously want a duplicate for my own keep.
Of course, I was planning on making 3 copies anyway.
Very good, sir.
Well, paladins have intelligio, so.
Yeah. For the record, the 3rd copy is supposed to go to like any because I assume like there's like some legal body I can just hand the contract to, like, hey, hold on to this. So if there needs to be like a court thing, you have this on file.
Sure. Whatever works.
And let me just pull it up on my computer. Oh wait.
I mean, I mean, depending on what you're doing, like, you could give it to the mayor, I guess. But
Well,
you are the guy who holds on to those, so.
Yeah, I'm going to hold on to my own copy. I'm just saying, like, this the 3rd copy that I'm going to be giving to somebody, just in case Strovan gets into some trouble and I get pulled before like whatever court the kingdom itself would be in charge of.
And you have to put in earnest effort to be a lord.
I mean,
Honestly, I would have said no. I would have said no.
Here's the thing, though. Earnest effort doesn't necessarily, like I even said, Chance is not going to try to advance his station. He's the steward of Lairship.
Yeah, I don't want him to be anything more than a steward of Lairship. That's it.
His responsibilities aren't exactly the highest. They aren't exactly multitude. And he already has got some responsibilities, so like, quite literally, I'm looking at the picture of someone. Strovan isn't asking something of Chance Chance wasn't already kind of realizing he's going to need to do, so.
Yes, but now there's a monetary incentive.
Yeah, which means he has a reason to do it where he doesn't have to fucking force himself. But yeah, so.
But I love your response. So you look like he kicked a puppy.
Give up on your life and dreams to become something that you never wanted to be in the first place.
I mean, to be fair, because I'm a lord, I have at least a fair amount of leeway in what the fuck I want to do.
Well, you have
So
some.
if I want to, and as long as I come back every now and then, actually do my job, I'm willing to go. I'm not. It's not as much a ball and chain as most people might think.
No. You have very little obligation in terms of the general nobility.
I'm practically a fucking hedge knight.
Your
Until
vote
you
counts
get
for a lot.
promoted.
Yeah, until you get promoted. If you get promoted.
I mean, hey, I also made it. I mean, that was also the reason why I put that in the simulation. Where, hey, unless I deem it as something I want to do, I will not be compelled to increase my station by this agreement.
Can you clarify?
Well, that means.
Well, technically, our scene actually ended and I left.
Well, to clarify out of character, because I think Strawman would understand what Chance means when he says this. Chance is under no obligation to try to be anything to try and raise his station from just being a steward of Larishev. He is.
Oh, that's fine. You don't have to try anything.
If he wants to for whatever reason, he can. but this agreement does not force that under the clause of be a proper lord.
Yes. Yes, that's fine.
Well, shall I draw up the paperwork, Master, or will you?
I start doing the rituals of paladin spell.
The ritual is just a copy of papers. You haven't written them yet.
I mean,
Oh,
for the record, before we do I was hoping to actually talk to. What's it called, like a legal counsel? And this is say like, hey, we're getting some legal paperwork.
I
Sort of
mean,
the
you go
one.
find a lawyer. You could have him do it. If you want to pay a clerk to draw up the contract for you, you can. Or if you want to come up with it on your own, you can just write it down.
How much trust do you have that neither of you will fuck the other over in the contract?
I mean, either one of you can read it beforehand before you sign it.
Yeah. Also, it's less that it's a matter of trust, but the fact that Chance, due to his nature of things, places a heavy emphasis on the nature of contracts.
Never works.
and that's why I want it written down.
Whichever
I
one of
have
you
thought
wants to
of
draw
this.
up the agreement, here's what I'll do.
Yeah.
We're going to make this homework for you. Whichever one of you wants to do it, you can discuss that between yourself in DMs. And
Yeah.
come up with the agreement in bullet points and then send it to me after.
Yeah.
So that I have
I will float the contract by you before it's finalized, if only just so I could have have Moyle chime in,
sure.
because Chance will ask Moyle to advise, because being a devil, he does at least have some level. Yeah, certainly more legal idea of how to do things than he does.
Just kind of.
I look forward to jousting word with you, Moyle.
Well, certainly. Whatever works. But that's for you two to decide in DM. So you come up with the exact wording of the contract and what it says, and then send it to me at some point in the future. And once it is sent to me with both of your go ahead, then that's when the contract will be in place.
Yeah.
Okay. Until then, I'll hold on to my 200 platinum.
So you have 200 platinum?
That's why the hell do you think I offered as a down payment? I've been.
I
Spending,
know.
I have not been spending any money until today. Every session
Jesus.
He's been saving for a while. He's had a lot.
For this specific purpose.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the fact that and Chance not very as a kid. I hope it wasn't like too much of a breach to say, hey, I'm not responsible for you if you do some fucky shit.
Of course not. If I break the law, yeah.
So how much would that actually hold up in like whatever court this land has? Like, oh hey,
As long as we have the copy, then it's a legally binding contract. There's what's the word am I looking for here? Recognize the contract is valid, then it will be valid.
yeah. Until we get called in like some Onic kingdom court for Strovan, I don't know, fucking Prince Onic's wife or something.
Sure.
Law and Onic.
Dude, you make it sound like Strovan would break laws.
I don't know what the fuck Strovan will do. We don't know what Strovan.
Nobody knows jack shit about what Strovan's going to do, or anyone else for that matter.
Exactly. Like, Chance has no idea what Strovan wants. He made it. He's also was very easily able to point out that you didn't tell me what it is you're after, and frankly, as long as it doesn't fuck with what I'm doing, I don't care.
To quote Tess Greymane from World of Warcraft, you have no idea what I'm capable of.
Yeah, but I figured, that actually goes toward Strovan's short-term goal, which is get somebody a proper fucking lord.
I mean, he already was. That's like the biggest thing I've been questioning with Strovan's motivations, because
he hasn't been doing the mannerism. He wasn't following, all the proper etiquettes.
I mean, he's just a squire. Does he have to?
Yes.
Why?
You're getting Disney princess lessons.
The thing is, I think Strovan might not understand at what level of etiquette is expected for a fucking steward. Because Strovan has thus far been having wanting chance to act a lot more high and mighty than he actually is.
For
He's
now.
a hedge knight. He's a hedge knight at best.
Yes, for now.
I still recall the fact you wanted me to fucking call onto the king when we arrived to the capital. I remember this.
I also remember this.
Because
I
that was
also remember this.
because that was ludicrous. I was like, even Chance probably be like, bruh.
Hey, what's up, King? I'm from the Larishev down the block. I just wanted to say hi. How's it going? You're looking good up there. Almost dead and shit. Anyways, I'm gonna go.
And now I'm delving into blunt magic. Yes.
But yeah,
Not suspicious at all. Yes.
I know
Yeah.
nothing of this cannot.
Wonderful.
but
Oh,
yeah,
no.
Chance is definitely gonna be looking at like, what is the etiquette of a steward, and stick to the bare minimum required for that.
No. You have to be earnest. You can't do the bare minimum.
This is true.
You signed a contract, bitch.
He's going.
The contract hasn't been finalized yet.
Yes, and I specifically said earnest effort to be a lord.
Disney princess training, bitch.
Here's the thing: in a proper legal contract,
You can't be. Bare minimum is not, according to legal contract. Legal wording is not earnest effort.
Can I finish? I was gonna say, going to definitely have to have it in the contract what you mean by earnest, because earnest is some vague wording, and Chance is not letting you get away with vague wording, because he knows from his affiliation with fiends that vague wording in a contract is ripe for abuse.
Indeed, yeah.
It's something you're going to have to define pretty explicitly when you talk about that with yourselves at a later time.
Indeed, yes. I think we're probably about wrapping up here.
Pretty much. I just want to do one more thing before we finish today.
Monetary
Then we get
incentive.
to go home and have some downtime, right?
So, Strollvan, your present's going to take 5 days. Are you going to wait 5 days and hang out in this city for that time?
Yes,
Or-
because I also wanted to talk to the professor, so which will eat up my downtime.
Sure. So if you're gonna wait, we're gonna wait 5 days. Is everyone waiting 5 days, or are you splitting the party?
Savanta's going home.
Okay.
Chance is going home because he probably has some responsibilities and things to sort out.
Well,
If
wouldn't Chance want
Chance is
to?
going home as well, then I will go with Chance and then take one of the horses, leg it back to.
I mean, I paid for the armor to be mailed to me, so.
I'm gonna go follow Chance, because, yeah. And the rest of the party. Really.
Don't follow Savanta. He will say no and will insist.
I meant to Larishev.
Okay.
I tell Savanta that I shall meet you in Larishev.
I will be in Providence for most of the time. So come fetch me in Providence. If you really need me. Otherwise, I'm going
okay.
to be spending some time with me.
I'm assuming we talk one-on-one privately, right? Not in front of the other party member that doesn't know what the fuck the Providence is.
I assume you came to my room in the same manner you came to Chance's. If not, please clarify.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
That would be funny
Well,
if you just
okay,
immediately slipped up again after discussing this for 2 sessions.
Before we find out that fucking Strovan's like the BBEG or some shit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I
Yes.
definitely planned that for sure. All right. So several of you are going back to Larishev. That's 3 out of 4 of you, correct?
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay. And Strollvan is staying behind for a few days.
Yeah, I want to get my present, gift wrapped.
Yeah, sure.
Question: how quick would I get there if I were to ride my nightmare? Compared to like the car.
How long does the nightmare last?
Yeah, it lasts a certain bit and then like powers down and then you're reduced to just walking.
Yeah.
I actually don't know the exact length of it, to be
Well,
honest.
fucking look on the compendium and find the obsidian steed.
24 hours.
Look on the compendium, type in figurine of wondrous power, and it will list how long. It lasts.
24 hours.
There you go. It lasts for 24 hours. So, I mean, A nightmare is faster than a normal horse,
It also
And
gets
it could
tired.
fly.
and it can fly. So, I mean, straight line to Larishev normally is 5 days, say, along the road. If you go like here, it's actually more like 7 days. It's like a week, because you take the twists and turns. But 5 days for that, plus the extra travel time for a nightmare that flies. I'd say, like, maybe 2.5 days.
Oh, hold on. Nightmare could only be summoned for 24 hours. Then after that, I have to have a cooldown of 5 days.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
it's a
you
5-day
only-
cooldown. Fuck.
So
I
3
thought it
days.
was
No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'll cut 2 of these hexes off, so we'll call it 3 days.
Okay.
Travel.
Yeah,
Well, let's see.
I-
So if I
I'll-
ignore the first 2 hexes, and you're going in a straight line, that means you're going to start from here. So you're going to go here. Yeah. 3
So
days.
is Francis gonna take off on the nightmare, and I'm left with the
No,
cart?
I'm not.
Okay.
Oh.
If you want to travel with the rest of your party on the cart, that's the normal. We'll call it 5 days, because it normally takes 7, but you have a cart, so you'll be fine. If you want to have the nightmare pull the cart, it'll be faster for a day.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to take 5 days for Strollvan to catch up. It's going to take a little bit more than 5 days for Strollvan to catch up to you.
I actually will have the nightmare pull the cart for a bit.
Sure.
1 to bug Tavanta, and 2 because
What are we gonna do with our regular horses?
Yeah, it's a good point. You're
Yeah.
gonna put them in the back of the
Oh,
cart.
no, we're not gonna have the nightmare pull it.
That'd be funny. Yeah, that'd be You're only as fast as your slowest horse. So we'll call it 5 days. That's easy
Okay.
enough.
You
and then
bastard.
you have
Right.
once you get to Larishev, you have an additional. Well, Strovan, do you have a horse?
No.
Yeah, you probably
could-
buy one or rent it.
I can give
I
you
could
the
just
one on my
walk,
patch.
You have actually.
Yeah,
you
you
have
have
one of the
the badge.
badges.
I could give you the patch one. Loan it to you.
Patch one doesn't go away. You can, after you use a patch, it's permanent. You know that, right?
yeah. You could just have a
Yeah.
permanent. You could just have
Spawn
a horse.
for you, and then you
Yeah.
have a horse from now.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
Cool.
have a horse now. Congratulations.
So yes, you do.
Hello?
So
He-
so on a
here
horse,
is-
we'll call it 5 days again. So you'll
Here-
have 5 days of downtime in Larishev before Strollvan gets back to you.
And I'll have 5 days in Ornic, I guess.
You'll have 5 days in Onyx to do whatever you want to do.
Cool.
The rest of the party will be traveling.
Also, how long is it from Larishev to Providence?
Good question.
Actually, hold up. How much could I just ask him to just ship it? How much would that cost?
I mean, for a courier, for a week of travel, probably 20 gold additional.
I could technically afford that. It will keep me fucking low as fuck, but
Up to you.
it will get me down to 200 platinum for a chance. Then that'll leave me 42 platinum and 4 gold and 5 silver. So that's still operable. Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay. So you
I'll
can
just go
travel
back
with the
with
rest of the
everybody.
party. Just if you want to talk to a professor of some kind, do it in the morning,
Oh,
and then you leave with
yeah.
the party.
I want to ask the author about what do you mean by this, the core having the presence, sentience.
Which author was it? Was it Talistine?
Yeah.
Okay. Just without having to do a whole RP thing about it, Talistine is he wrote that in there because it is a recent-ish phenomenon that that is only really it has been questioned throughout the history of the core in general. Once it was figured out what it was, because obviously people were underground. They didn't know what the fucking core was until they managed to get to a coastline and look down. So it would have taken the better part of 150 to 200 years to figure out that it even existed in the first place. And then from there, seeing this gigantic ball of magical energy, people began to piece together certain things about it. Obviously, it's a gigantic magical construct of some kind. That much was certain by any mage with eyes, any spellcaster with eyes that look at that and goes, "That's a big ass ball of magic that can do a lot of cool
Even
shit."
without an eyeball, so you could still feel it.
And those of the faithful who could sense power from it and could logically piece things together. The fact that the gods had disappeared, the fact that there's a gigantic ball of magical energy, the fact that they're not dead. Generally speaking, it is a theory that it's a big ass divine entity that is holding the planet together by itself.
Whoa, hold up. Wouldn't I be able to feel something then?
Not
I'm still a
necessarily.
paladin.
You're still a paladin. And
You said the faithful would be able to feel or something.
yeah,
What's feelings? So wouldn't I feel something or no?
I don't think
No.
you're workshop at the core itself. You're
I would
not one of
say-
the chantry.
I would say no, for reasons.
Okay, obviously out of character. You guys don't know it, but my character actually worships an old god.
Yes.
His whole family does.
Mm-hmm. You
So,
would not
and-
feel anything from this. I'm telling you.
Interesting. Okay.
So no, you would not feel anything from that. No, you can theorize that it is some form of divine something, if you want to. It is a theory that's out there. But in terms of divinity, like being confirmed, that did not happen until the last decade or so, when the chantry was first founded. And it's only been very, very recently, like within the last 10 years, that they've managed to begin growing a presence on, at least on Onyx. You don't know about other places, but at least on Onyx. So there's that, and that pretty much confirms that there is some form of divine nature to the core, whether it's just the belief of its followers that generates that magic, or whether it's the core itself that is somehow sentient and can communicate with them and grant them power. You don't know. That's something to be explored, perhaps, if you find a church. But that is a prevailing theory that is beginning to show promise.
I need to go to a fucking church.
Y'all need Jesus.
You can
So,
join
that's-
Savanta. He's also looking for the chantry.
I don't think Chance would be allowed in a mile of a church.
I mean,
Why?
there's a reason why religion is an intelligence role normally. It's because it requires study of some kind of text. Now, you can assume that if there is a chantry and there is a group of followers, there is some religious doctrine that you can possibly find that perhaps someone among the clergy would have for you to use. That would
Religion.
be a thing.
I just want to point out religion check is actually intelligence.
That's what I said.
That's what he said.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
No,
it's an
That's
intelligence-
indeed what he said.
It is what I said. All right. I said there's a reason for that because it's based off of a text and it requires study. So yes, it is an intelligence thing for a reason. If you wish to learn more, there might be a holy book at a church. Good idea to probably look there. So we'll do that, and then you have a 5-day ride to Lairship. Now, like I've been saying for this whole time, you have as much downtime as you fucking want to do. It has been a little over a month since you left Lairship last time, if I remember correctly. It's been about a month-ish. Maybe a little
Almost a
more.
month.
So you are ready for the next round of taxes, which we can roll for now in the last, 4 minutes of this. Those of you who have to go, who don't care about the taxes part, can leave. I'm going to do this with Chance because he's the one getting paid. So if you leave, then great. I'll see you next week. If not, then great. Awesome. That works too. I'm going to find the Dungeon Master's Guide. And we're going to do this thing.
I just want to say before I leave, I'm giving a significant amount of platinum to Amadi.
Sure.
Oh, I did tell the group that the magical shop may give us a future discount because I promised her whenever we might be, coming to work a lot.
Sure.
And, yeah, just say you're with me.
Did you tell her our group name?
No.
Damn it.
Prudent next time.
Didn't think of that.
But she does know my name.
She knows your name, yes. That's true.
Cool.
and my name is not common. So
It's probably
my name is literally out of the world.
out of this world.
I'm giving 20 platinum to Amadi.
Total value of $1,700.
Oh, this contract going back and forth with Chance is going to be fun.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Glad you're not making a contract with me because fuck that.
Dungeon Master's Workshop.
So are we even getting a downtime days or no?
You can if you want to. You have plenty of time. If you want to take fucking 3 months, you can take 3 months. You can take a year. I don't care. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah. Currently, I'm taking it. We'll be taking a bit of time once.
We don't really have anything lined up, so Tavanto will chill with his family until something comes up, and then he'll give y'all.
Whoa, we still have the
Okay,
armor
maybe
gig, don't we?
You have the what?
The armor gig.
Find a,
What armor
find
gig?
a mithril
mithril.
breastplate size for a large creature.
Okay.
That is something you
Well
can
then, at least like 3 to 4 weeks, I would ask.
Yep, that makes sense. That gives me time to get more things sorted and also,
I've been away from my family for almost a month. I feel really fucking bad. I don't like taking something.
I also have a job to do, so.
Yeah.
So how much downtime days are we getting?
however many you
As
decide.
much as we want. That's what BG's been saying multiple times.
Whatever,
I
whatever
propose-
your activities entail, you can take as much time as you need to. It's the glory of a
I
sandbox.
put
game.
4 weeks.
4 weeks? Okay. You want another month?
Yeah,
Yes.
that sounds good.
I would like a month with my wife and child, please. Children.
Month per month makes sense.
Yeah. And also, I'm pretty sure Amadi is gonna punch me in the gut for being away for so long.
How long? What- you said there's a period of time that we could actually to see the moon. How long would that have lasted, or is it already been done and over?
That already,
It
that already
lasted
happened.
it lasted for 1 month 3 weeks ago, and if I remember correctly, from the time that you passed through it to the time when you saw it the second time, it was 3 months. If I remember correctly, that's what I had in my head anyway, so that's what it should be.
I did want to ask Archmage when there was a clearing. Was he able to reach the moon to contact?
Oh
Tom?
that does remind me, guys. Can I have the key?
No.
Are you coming back with me to Providence?
Technically, after the contract is done with the Chance, then yes, he would be.
Okay, then cool.
Yeah, bring the key with you. The Archmage wanted to see it.
Yeah.
I'm still not giving it a key.
That's Downtime activities. Go back.
I didn't mean it as like, hey, give me this. I want to keep it forever. I'm just like, hey, since I was the only one going back to Providence, might as well give me the key so the Archmage can have a look at it.
No. I understand it. I'm still not giving it a key.
And technically, who had the key? Yeah, no, you sure has the key. Why do you want the key so badly?
It's my precious.
God. Key is secretly cursed.
You stupid fat minotaur.
Stupid
fat?
Alright,
He's
okay.
so
Running a business.
Wait.
Fantastic, guys. Hang on a second. We're gonna do this taxes thing because I don't want to fucking take too long. So, let's do this.
I'm still sticking around because I want to talk to Hunter for making up that contract.
Sure. That's what
Thought
I
you
said.
guys wanted to do that.
We could do that for fun. But we're gonna do taxes first. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 businesses. There's actually a 7th business that has begun to set up shop in Larishev since you left.
Because the road to the Underdark being built.
There is when you get back, there is construction has begun on a new property. Someone has bought a chunk of land and is building a new piece of property on it. When you reach your manor, there is a number of letters and mail that has been sent to you. regarding the acquisition of the new the piece of land and the what the property is going to be. It seems that there is a branch of an alchemist's store in Onik, who is setting up shop in Laershev. He's expanding his business.
Hell yeah, alchemy.
There is.
All right.
It's owned by a man named Eris Ambriel, and the shop's name is Ambriel Alchemical, and he is setting up shop here.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but to fix my house, it was like 15,000 gold total.
Yes.
I've spent 5k. So what does that look like when we get back? Because I think we're fixing the floors and shit.
Yeah, I was just about to get there. So, also when you get there, the floors are brand new hardwood floors. The stairs have been repaired as much as they can be. In fact, they ripped out the whole left side and just replaced it as close to the original as possible to match the right-hand side, which was actually not too bad. They just needed a little bit of a touch-up and a redo. Let me copy paste here. Sorry, give me a second. Okay. All 3 floors have been done up with new flooring. You have same rugs essentially in every room, so those probably need to be replaced at some point for some of the moth-eaten ones and the rat-eaten ones. But overall, yeah, it's safe to walk on now, which is great. Wilfred has been taking care of the general, day-to-day sweeping, cleaning up the cobwebs, smacking whatever rats are left out. Yeah, the place is it's starting to come together. It's still got some peeling paint and bad wallpaper, and the furniture is a bit creaky and old and can fall apart at any moment. And then of course the roof probably needs to be repaired, and part of the walls as well. The outside and certain other groundskeeping things need to be done. But that's all included in the second half of the 10,000, or the second half, which is 10,000.
All right. Yep.
Yeah, you're good to go on the flooring at least.
That's something.
So there you go. Now, Ambriel Alchemical is not in business yet, so they will not count for taxes here. So we'll roll as normal as like we did for the last time. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 businesses that exist.
If I can, because I want to promote business success for Lairship. I'm gonna, if I can, I'd like to give the alchemy shop at least a tax break for the first month, so I can kind of get things situated. Once they're in business, they have a tax break for 1 month.
Yeah, you want to talk to the mayor about that? I'm sure.
Yep. Oh yeah, that's what I would like to do if I can.
Sure. Given his stance on adding new businesses, he's all for it. That sounds good to him. So next month you'll only receive 6 businesses worth of taxes, but after that month you'll have 7.
Yeah,
sounds good. Okay, so 6. We're gonna roll for 6. First one is the White Crow Inn, which has a total cost per day of 5 gold. So fantastic. Let's go down here.
And honestly, if word spreads from the owner of the alchemist shop that, hey, first month you set up a business here, you get a tax break. Well, might get more people coming by.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, the mayor's the one working on that, but we'll have to see.
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead and roll me a D100, please.
91.
Fantastic roll. That's literally the break point for the highest one is 91. The business covers its own maintenance costs for each of the days and earns a profit of 3d10 times 5. So roll me 3d10, please. Fantastic.
15 times 5.
That's it's 50 plus 25 is 75, if I'm not mistaken. So 75 gold profit from that. We can add that to the total.
So that's what so that's 75 total profit, and I don't think I get that whole thing in taxes. So
No, we'll take a percentage off. Second thing is the Defender's Arms, Mr. Dean Budd. He is a blacksmith. Let's see what we can do for that. State, outpost 4, palace, shop, 2 golds.
honestly, it makes sense at the end. Probably did very well this month, given how the road is up.
Sure, yeah. Plenty of travelers going through from the Underdark, I'm certain. All right, go ahead and roll me another D100, please.
Ooh, not as good this time, but a 45.
That's fine. He's a blacksmith. 45. Business covers its own maintenance cost for each of the days. Cool.
So no profit, but gets its ducks in a row.
Yep. So you'll get a percentage of covering its own cost, essentially.
Yeah, because taxes are, I guess, part of its maintenance, I suppose.
By the way, the inn was 5 gold per day cost. This is over 30 days, so that's 5 times 3, 30. Or 5 times 30, rather, is 150. So add 150 to that 75. And then the shop is 60 gold total upkeep. So that would be, it's 225 plus 60, it means 285 total so far.
Yeah, I'm wanting to separate these out by the shop, so keep better track of things.
Well, I mean, write down the total somewhere for me because I'm
Chance's legal title is Lord or Sir?
I'm totaling what the businesses make this month, my guy. Give me a second.
but that's not what he asked.
Fucking, what's the next thing? Gunter's Mixtures. This is a herb garden. Brews potions. Cool. That is also a shop. So go ahead and roll me that D100. Total cost for a month is 60. 68. Covers its own maintenance cost. Earns a profit of 1d6 times 5. 5. 5 gold profit. Okay, so that's 65 gold for that one. Bringing the total up to, let's see, 285 plus 60. 345. Write down 345 for me, please. Somewhere, so I can keep track of it.
You said 345.
Yes.
That's the math. I got 350 because of the. Oh wait, no, the 5 gold profit would not be factored here, would it?
No, it would. I'm sorry. I just added 60, I guess. Yeah, so it'd be 350. Yes, you're correct. This is why we write things down. Guildhall, Town City, Small Castle, Shop, Temple, Trading Buzz. So the brothel, the Setting Sunstone, is next. Also a shop, technically. I guess. I mean, well, I'll count it as an inn because people can stay there.
You buy pleasure.
Sure, but you also can stay there. So we'll call it an inn. That'll be total of 5 times 30, whatever it is. 150 gold upkeep for the month. Go ahead and roll me that D100, please, for the Setting Sunstone.
82.
Very nice. People are horny as fuck. Business covers its own maintenance costs for each of the days, earns a profit of 2d8 times 5.
Yeah, what was it again?
2d8. 8 times 5.
40.
40. So 40 plus 150 is 190 added on top of that. So that's 450, 540 so far.
540.
Yep. 540. Fantastic. Next up is Cattail Cottage. That is the general store. That's a shop. Go ahead and roll me a D100. 60 gold plus whatever happens. 43.
43.
That's another, covers its own business costs. So 43 is a roll of 60 gold on top of that. What did I say? 540?
Yeah, it's 600 so far.
So 600 total. Please post that when I say it so that I can keep track, because I'm going to forget if I don't. My memory is that bad.
Yep, okay.
600 total so far. Fantastic. Third Eye Inquisitions has not been in operation for a while. So we're not gonna
Because
roll for that one.
the guy is currently out sorting out some shit for Conlia.
Yes, exactly. So he's gonna have to owe back taxes. So we're gonna stop it. We're gonna stop the profit there, but he'll pay you when he gets back. I'm certain. Okay. Fantastic. So 600 gold. I don't remember what percentage of that you get. I think it was 10%. 10% for you is 60 gold.
Yep.
The rest of it goes to the state and to the city's fund, city's coffers. You can take 10% off the top.
Yeah, I'm just gonna write
60
this
gold
down in my
profit.
notes for
Fantastic.
these reference.
Yeah.
I get 10%. 10% taxes.
That would be fantastic. Yeah, do that, please, because I'm going to forget and I'm going to come up with another number. Okay, fantastic. So 10% profit on anything the business makes. Also, write down that Third Eye Inquisitions owes you back taxes. So that I can do that later when Nash comes back, if he comes back.
He's probably dead.
I mean, you don't know that, but we'll see.
I'll take over his shot.
I wrote down a
What
Third
about
Eye Inquisition. Third Eye Inquisition owes me back taxes for 1 month.
Yeah.
Just
I think
to keep track of like
technically he owes
how
it for
many.
2.
Oh, 2.
Yeah, because he didn't pay last month either.
Alright. That man's gonna get Al Capone when he gets back.
I mean, maybe.
Goes away for tax evasion.
He got paid by Conley to do stuff, so we'll see how he works out. Alrighty.
Oh, he got paid by Conley?
Yeah, Conley is the one that commissioned him. He's off on an inquisition. So he's off on a quest, so he's gonna come back hopefully with money to pay you. Alrighty. Now there is a whole other month because you are taking a month of downtime that we can roll for as well. So let's do that. How many did we roll before? We rolled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're gonna roll for 5 one more time. So we'll do it one by one, starting with the inn. Total 150 upkeep cost for that month that you were taking in downtime.
Didn't you say if I built in Larisheb, I would have to owe Chance taxes?
Yes.
Well, Chance gets a portion of the taxes, but you owe it to the state, and Chance is basically related to the state, so he gets a cut.
No.
Okay. D100, please.
Yep. Oof.
6. Unfortunate. Yeah, people are not staying at the inn this month for some reason. That's a 6. You are jailed for 1d4 days. No, I'm just kidding. That's carousing.
I mean, also, I wouldn't be the one jailed, so.
You get arrested because your business doesn't work for a month. You must pay 1.5 times the business's maintenance cost for each of the days.
Oof.
So that is 1.5 is 150 plus 75.
Yeah.
So we'll do 150 minus 75 because it's not really a profit. Well, you know what? I mean, you know what? Actually, technically speaking, this would be pure profit for the people who are collecting taxes. But I don't want to reward you for that. So we're gonna.
I mean, to be fair, I don't want that either, because that means if it keeps going for too long, they'll fucking leave.
Yeah, sure. So we'll just call it 150 minus 75. So we'll say 75.
Yeah, so.
So starting a new total 75 so far.
Yeah.
Next D100.
39. Oof, this month is not a good month.
Yeah, that's a down month for you. Where is it? It's not there. I went past it. There it is. 39 is half the business's maintenance cost for each of the days. Profits cover the other half. Okay, cool. So that's another minus in profit. Half of this is the defender's arm. So this is a shop. So this is 60 gold.
So 30.
Yeah. Well, it's 1 gold for each of the days. 30. So yeah, 30 gold.
XT100. This one's for the brothel, I think.
No, this one's for Gunter's Mixtures. That's another shop, so 60 total upkeep cost.
67.
That's better.
Also, would the second month mean that I start getting the taxes for the Alchemist job or no?
No, because you gave him a tax break.
Yeah. Okay.
67. Business covers its own maintenance cost for each of the days. Earns a profit of 1d6 times 5. Three, 15. So it's a shop, so 60 plus 15, 75. So that's 180 so far.
Yep.
Doing the math correctly. Next up is the brothel. They are considered an inn, so that's 150 upkeep. Go ahead and roll. 93.
93.
Fantastic. People are still horny, brother. Business covers its own maintenance. 3d10 times 5.
Fucking hell.
Let's get it on.
12 times 5.
60. So 60 plus 150 is 210.
390 total right now.
Yep. 390 total. Fantastic. People are horny
The
as
inn's
fuck,
like.
bro. Holy shit. Brothel is very popular. Dude, Old Man Jenkins' daughter is getting fucking railed nonstop at this place. Alright.
Damn.
Cattail Cottage. General store. Shop. 60 gold. Upkeep. Go ahead. 6.
Oof!
Yeah, the general store is not getting a lot of business this month, unfortunately.
Everyone's spending their money to get some puss.
Yeah, exactly. And then no one's going to the fucking general store. Somebody lost a bet or something. I don't know. But that's
420 total.
yeah, 60. Yeah, exactly.
That's a good number to end on.
Yeah,
It's
that's
not
why
plus
everyone's getting
number, though, I
fucking
think.
high in the village and not running down. Third Eye Inquisitions again owes you another month of back taxes, so go ahead and add that to your thing. And then
Oh,
Embriel
that's 3
Alchemical-
months now?
Yeah, that's 3 months. And then Embriel Alchemical, it's gonna make
Doesn't
its
know
own
any tax,
profit. Doesn't know anything.
Yeah.
That's fine. All right.
It's really bad because I wanted to like hire Third Eye Inquisitions as well.
So 10% of that is 42 gold. So you have a total from 2 months of 102 gold.
Yep.
Thank God people be fucking. Thank God for the fucking.
Thank God.
Uh,
God damn.
By the way, I was going to suggest to the mayor that, hey, maybe you should kind of advertise a bit that, hey, if you establish a business here, the first month you get a tax break.
Yeah, I mean,
Kinda
he's like,
look-
what the hell do you think I've been doing? I've
Yeah,
been hitting up my contacts. That's my job to do. Trust me.
I trust- I-
fucking run his mayor.
You know what? That is true enough.
Alrighty. Cool. So that's it for 2 months. Month of downtime for Strollvan and Tavant.
I'm sorry, I'm busy drawing up a contract.
Sounds good. Tavant.
Oh my God. What's up? I'm just hanging out. I gave Amadi 20 platinum.
Okay.
I'm just gonna hang out with my kids, and also when Strollvan decides to make his high and mighty ass down here, we can get the key to the Archmage. And also, I just want to see what's changed in Providence.
Okay. Yeah. 2 months of time. At
Oh.
this point, it's been almost 6 months. If not, it has been 6 months. Since you guys have first landed. You're starting on half a year here. And in that time, the Providence has expanded as much as it probably can with the amount of people that are there. There are a number of crops that are now being harvested that are very bountiful thanks to castings of whatever it is, plant growth.
Plant growth, oh yeah.
I'll get to you in a second. Due to castings of plant growth, that would make everything very bountiful, clearly for a very long time. And Providence is shaping up to be quite the little town you got going on here. Um, that being said, also Providence has been trading with other people, so you do see merchants who are now traveling to town in order to trade goods, sell them, etc., etc. So
I assume we're still maintaining the secrecy, so I would like to know what the current lie is.
well, I mean, it's a small town that's cropped up, and it's been very good so far. Generally speaking, if you want to like listen in on rumors and stuff, Providence now has a tavern, so you could hang out there and just kind of get the scope of things from people if you want to overhear some shit. I think there's a downtime activity for this. Let me see if I can find it in Xanathar's.
Carousing.
I don't know if it's correct.
If it-
I think isn't there one for specifically like looking for secrets or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
Let me find out. Add-ons, Xanathars. Let me find downtime.
If it impedes on spending quality time with fam, then no go.
Well, you just have to spend money and some time, but you have plenty of that. Dungeon Master tools, spellcasting, counter building, random encounters, traps, downtime, 123. That's the end of the traps. Okay, let's see. Blah blah blah. Downtime activities: buying a magic item, carousing. That's the other one. Let me see what carousing does. That has nothing to do with anything because that's for noble upper class people only.
Tabanta is not that.
There are no upper class people here other than the Archmage, who you already have an in with. So, crime, gambling, excellent, pit fighting, relaxation. There we go, relaxation.
Yeah, what is?
Let me see what relaxation gives you. It's 1 week, and you need to maintain a modest lifestyle while relaxing to gain the benefit of the activity.
What's the benefit?
Characters who maintain at least a modest lifestyle while relaxing gain several benefits. While relaxing, a character gains advantage on saving throws to recover from long-acting diseases and poisons. In addition, at the end of the week, the character can end one effect that keeps the character from regaining hit points, or can restore one ability score that has been reduced to less than normal value. This benefit cannot be used if the harmful effect was caused by a spell or some other magical effect with an ongoing duration. Relaxation rarely comes with complications. If you want to make life complicated for the characters, introduce an action or event connected to a rival, which you do not have at the moment. So you'll be doing that, but let me see if there's another thing here, because I don't think there is actually. There's work complications, wages for earning shit. Carousing
I
doesn't
earn my
give
own.
you anything other than contacts. So we'll just call it a perception check. If you want to like spend a few days to exist in the tavern, like you go out drinking like every other day or whatever, then roll a perception check to try and
Reconnect with
overhear
them.
some of the travelers' conversations.
Reconnect with some colleagues and stuff, you know.
Sure.
Yeah.
Easy enough.
That would
Very
be
good at that.
27.
Yeah, Star Cow is very good at paying attention to things. So a lot of the
When you have a
conversation
wife
that
and kids-
happens with a lot of the conversation that happens with the merchants has to do with like, man, I didn't even know this town existed. This is a great inn for me. Like as in like, you know, it's a great like way to it's a good stop to make coin, even though the coin that they're giving me is weird. I mean, whatever, gold's gold. But it's a strange shape, so they're not sure where it's from, but they don't care as long as they're getting money. They're like, why didn't we know about this before? It wasn't on any map. It is a small town, yeah, but like there's people here that are cool, like trade, and they have like everything that would be needed. So why haven't people been stopping here before? But the general attitude is like, this place is fucking great. People here want to buy stuff and talk to us, and that's good for any merchant because we can convince them to buy shit. So the merchants here are very happy that Providence is doing business with them. And in turn, Providence has been very profitable as a result in terms of both producing stuff like crops, mostly crops, because you are reliant on druids for growing food.
in the good nation.
Yeah, but you also have artificers here that work, that have been working, and over the last 6 months or so, they have begun to turn their attention to experimentation again, rather than crafting shit for the Archmage just to survive in the wilderness or whatever. So, a couple of the artificers, namely the one who was with you guys for like 2 weeks, have formed a coalition that are essentially like a think tank that are like crafting items or looking to craft items for sale that Providence can produce.
I would.
They haven't had a shop set up yet. This is more of like a recent development that you can.
I might float something by them if I may,
Sure.
for future purchase, because I am baroque. But if it'll come up, I would like to float something to help with my starry form to improve it. If we can make an item to improve my starry form.
In what way?
To have basically the effects just heightened a little bit, so my star bolts do a bit more, my healing does a bit more, and have like a plus something on my Constitution saving throws to maintain concentration and dragon form.
Has it been 5 days?
Yeah,
Would that package have arrived?
it would have arrived at Larishev.
Okay.
So when you get back, eventually you'll have the package.
Okay. Hunter, I need you to read this over. Is he here?
I'm still here. I'm being quiet because I'm not wanting to take the spotlight when people are trying to do shit.
Whatever works.
Cool.
So real quick, before we do that, you read that over and discuss. If you want to type to him, then go for it. But I'm gonna keep going with Star Cow here.
Move, bitch.
Moo bitch.
Larishev is not Chance's last name. It's Fairweather.
Oh.
Easy amendment.
That was like that. That was like the. I just glanced at it. Like the first thing I was, that's wrong.
It's fine. So for Star Cow, in terms of improving, there's gonna need to be R&D, where the alchemists study the particular magic that your starry form runs off of to even determine if that's possible. And if it is, then of course there needs to be payment for that R&D, because they're going to need materials and testing, and they're going to spend their time doing it when they could be doing other things. So you're going to need to pay them to do that. On top of that, if they do manage to find a way to create an item, you're going to need to pay for it to be created from them. They can create that for you over whatever amount of time that it would take, depending. Now, if theoretically they can figure this out, which I'm not sure if they can do yet, then what essentially it would be is, depending on the strength of the enchantment, it's going to be either a +1, +2, or +3 to your starry form's dice roll effects. And we'll call that uncommon, rare, and very rare, depending on what you want to do. You can design it as whatever item you want it to be, whatever slot it would fill up. If you want it to be a cloak or a ring or a bracelet or a fucking shoe, I don't care. The artificers can figure out a way to make it happen. So it's whatever slot is not taken up by that. It's going to probably require attunement by you, just as a heads up. And of course, since it's druid magic, it would be attunable by druids only. Since it's specific to starry form, it'd be a druid attunement item only, and probably a subclass specific item, to be honest. But we can go that specific. It's just going to cost you. It's going to cost you time and money. And if you're spending a month hanging out with your family, then additional downtime will have to be spent at some other point.
Yeah, I got you. It was just a proposal for something in the future that I might want to work on.
Yeah, I mean, if they're going to give you a ballpark for what things are going to look like, it's going to be several months of work developing this.
That's cool. That's cool. I'll just check in because I'm pretty sure I had some colleagues over there just like, hey, how's it going? I had an idea I want to float by you, you know.
Yeah. And also considering that I think that you're probably one of very few druids who have starry form in the first place. And then on top
yeah.
of that, you're probably the one who has developed it the most, considering you're 6th level and you've been adventuring, while the other ones have just been kind of doing druid stuff. So you would be the one. You would have to be the one that does that. They couldn't like use a replacement for you.
Are there any other
to be
there? In the colony right now?
Probably. I would guess that there is. But my other thing with that is that you have been the one who has been using and developing your abilities, so it is more potent, and they can learn more from you than they would from other druids.
Right.
And
can I
if
ask?
you used anybody else, that it wouldn't create a result that was usable, most likely.
Right. So it'll be several months before we can even start to think about like doing anything like that.
Well, it'd be several. It would be at least. I mean, if you worked on it, every day for a month, if you did R&D with them, like if you made that your job for a month, then you could we could consider that the research and development time, and then developing and crafting the item would most likely require materials that you might have to go and get for them, or pay for them to source. And then on top of that, creating the item requires, of course, labor and creation costs and all that fun stuff. So that's even more money on top of that. So this is a process that's going to cost you a lot.
Right, considering I want to spend downtime right now with my wife and kids, and I don't have that much cash to splash, then we can worry about that some other time, I suppose.
Yeah. This is a thing for. This is going to take. Ballpark in my head for developing and creating a new magic item, I would say like 3 months.
Right.
Base level. If you're developing and creating and paying for a rare or very rare version of what you want, then it's going to take longer than that, and most likely I'm going to have to come up with a side quest for you to find some rare materials.
Also, you mentioned that there are other star druids. Can I just ask them generally if they're feeling any effects from being cut off from the stars, or is it just me?
They have been doing normal like planty druid stuff for a while,
right?
And those of them who are part of that circle have felt disconnected from their purpose and their drive, and some of them even have converted to other circles because they've found a use for it, and they've also been able to help the colony more by transferring their skills to other things. So you were down a few people for sure. There's like maybe 1 or 2 other people left that are still Star Circle, but they're not finding much use out of their abilities. So they're looking towards other avenues with which to help the colony, and also to just perform themselves, because they feel useless holding on to something that has no use here.
I feel that.
So just from lack of practice, I would say their abilities are waning. Like they just don't use their circle's teachings and abilities very often. They are more conducive to like land druids, for example. So they're becoming more like that, and it has given the town a self-sustaining food source for sure, and water source as well.
A whole tribe of druids up now makes for a good town.
Yeah, but yeah, that's pretty much it. Like they're losing their. It's almost like they're losing their interest, because it's like getting a fucking what do you call it? A social studies degree or whatever the fuck it is. It's like, great, I have it, but I can't do shit with this.
Right.
It's like that.
I'm pretty much the only one holding on for dear life.
Yeah, and you know, a druid's magic comes not from study necessarily. I mean, it does, but it is a wisdom-based class, so it's a connection with something that grants you the magic that you use. And you are the only one who's managed to at least keep that magic connection going. The other ones just haven't. They don't feel a connection there anymore.
As fleeting as it is, I'm holding on for dear life.
Yeah, exactly. So there you go.
All right. Now I know Strovan and Chance are doing the contract thing. When is Strovan getting down here with the key?
She's there with,
Because
oh yeah.
yeah, go
So
ahead. Go ahead.
no. So I would have received a sickle, but I'm right now knocking out the contract.
Yeah. Like we're out of character, not got the contract, but in game time, the contract would probably would have been knocked out within like within the first few days of arriving back to Lairship.
Yeah.
You guys would probably, I would assume, do that over your long rest while you're traveling back. And by the time you get to Larishev, it's probably been hammered out already. Now that being said, it was a five day turnaround to get the thing, and then whatever days worth of travel. So if Strovan is waiting for his item to be delivered, it would be like a total of 8 days or so before you actually get it, and then from
Can I do
there
spell
another 8
research
days to
then?
get up to Providence. You do spell research over the 8 days that you're waiting.
Yeah.
What are you researching specifically?
The rhyme one.
Oh, the rhyme spell. Sure. Let's find that real quick. I gotta find this. Call this something. There is one for research, right? Like, there's a downtime portion of that. Yes, there is a research section. Research downtime, delving lore, blah 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 blah. Magic item or other particular topic, which we're going for rhyme. Typically, a character needs access to a library or a sage to conduct research. Assuming such access is available, conducting research requires 1 work week worth of effort and 50 gold spent on materials, bribes, gifts, and other expenses. So, how many weeks do you want to spend on it is the question. You have a total of 4.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to break it up. So at least it's a 1 week, huh? Isn't it?
And you are going to need to travel somewhere because Larishev's not going to have what you're looking for.
So how many days would I have?
If you're going to hang out with Tavanta in Providence, you can use the Archmage as a sage, quote unquote.
Okay, cool. I will do that.
So we can do that, and we'll say 3 weeks. If you wanted to spend all 3 weeks doing that, you can. If you just want to spend 1 or 2 out of those, you can.
That's fine.
All 3?
I am still a wizard after all. Spellcraft is fascinating.
Sure, fair enough. Okay, so we'll call it 3 weeks. So do you want to? If you're spending all 3 weeks, it's 150 gold, and we'll roll 3 times.
Only roll I've made today.
What do I have to roll?
It's a minimum of 50 gold. If you want to spend more gold, you can for each week. For every 100 gold past the 50 you spend, you get a +1 bonus to your roll. It is a general intelligence
Arcana?
check.
It's not Arcana?
No, it's just an intelligence check.
1d20, red?
Yes.
So intelligence modifier +1.
Well, how much money are you spending is the question.
Bare minimum?
Okay, so that's no bonuses then. It's just it's straight intelligence roll.
3 times, right?
Yep, 3 times.
Don't know it.
10, 21, 7. Okay, so you learn 21 is 3 pieces of lore, and 10 is 1 piece of lore. So you get 4 pieces of lore. Each piece of lore is the equivalent of 1 true statement about a person, place, or thing. Examples include knowledge of a creature's resistances, the password needed to enter a sealed dungeon level, the spells commonly prepared by an order of wizards, and so on. So if you're looking for,
do
like...
I have it already?
Huh?
No, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, according to what I get, 4 pieces of lore. If you want to, I'm going to give you the spell, so you can scribe it at its normal cost, if you wanted to do that.
Okay.
And then in addition to that, if you want to learn more about stuff, you have I'll count getting the spell in the first place as 2 pieces of lore. So if you want to take those other 2 pieces and learn more about the world in regards to dragons, let's say, then you absolutely can. Those are questions you ask me, and I will give you as
Sorry,
much of a
I'm
true
just.
answer as I can.
Wait, what? Go ahead.
You can ask
Sorry,
me,
I'm a little bit distracted.
yeah, ask me about any 2 pieces of lore you want to, and I will answer as truthfully as I can.
Any 2 pieces of lore.
Mm-hmm. Specifically, if you're looking for like a rhyme spell, if you're spending 3 weeks on this, generally speaking, you'd be looking for
Oh, I,
dragons.
I don't care about the. I just want to know the spell.
No, I know. I'm just saying you also get, in addition to the spell, you get some cool shit. So if you want to learn some stuff about other places in this world that are relating to dragons or whatever you want to, I don't care. You can ask me 2 questions.
Could it be spell related?
Sure.
When was the
God.
last known location of the weave?
Location of the
It
weave?
is. Yeah, physical location, or because weave is spell is Mistra.
The weave does not have a physical location. It's a magical energy that pervades all of reality. You cannot go to the weave. The weave just exists and it flows through everybody.
Okay, so that fills the first question, I guess, right?
That's the first one. Yep.
I would say, as a spellcaster, wouldn't he know that?
Probably, but he asked the question.
Yeah, I know. Second question: was Mistra part of the ritual? Did she perform, and was the part of the ritual that made the core?
Yep. Yes, she
Okay,
was.
at least I got that.
The
That means
the new god of magic is not Mistra. She is gone. She vacated her throne for a little while, and the new god is Virus.
thought it was Kanako. No,
No.
Kanako's son.
Karako is the god of justice, emancipation, and the sun. Virus is the goddess of knowledge who took over the Arcana domain. The Arcana knowledge domain, which encompasses magic. So, there you go. Alrighty. Well,
So what does the Archmage say about the key?
oh yeah, you want to do that.
Savanta would be present for that.
Here's what I will do. I will bring up the Archmage stat block, and I'm going to roll an investigation check for him to see if he can learn anything new
And I-
about the thing.
And I cast guidance on him.
Sure.
Cool.
He is going to roll. Let's see. You know what? He has a better Arcana, so I'm going to roll Arcana for him with a D4. We'll see how it goes.
Roll that D4.
4. Cool. It's 25.
Yo.
So over the course of those 3 weeks, he's going to be locked up in his study studying this thing. And after a time, he comes out, bags under his eyes and sleep deprived.
Oh no.
And he asks
Buddy,
he
you-
asks to see the both of you in his quarters, taking a break from your various downtime activities. And what he will reveal to you is that the key is magical in nature, but its enchantment only opens the locks it's supposed to open. That much can be found with an identify spell.
Right.
Finding those locks is up to you, but he was particularly interested in the head of the key, which has that big ass ruby embedded into it.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that struck him was that it was a beautifully cut gem, perfectly transparent and polished, but it did have floating items in there that looked like stars.
Wait, what?
Yeah, inside the gem, if you remember what I described it, inside of the ruby itself, there were embedded items in it. There were little star-shaped things that were kind of hanging out in the center of the ruby, frozen there. And he was particularly puzzled by that because it would make the key not very valuable, first of all, but also knowing archmages, when they create stuff like this or when they use it, everything has a purpose, and he discovered what that purpose was. What he does is he, on the wall of his study, he has had a map made over the last 6 months that is a cartography or like a world map basically for what Rhea looks like today. And what he discovered was when you shine light through the ruby, the stars line up with two spots. One spot is Providence. He assumes that is the current location of this key. The second spot is the location of a second key that you can go find.
Looks like we have a quest then.
Oh, it's the quest chain you're on. Fantastic. So,
Absolutely wonderful.
you can assume that there are more keys out there, and those keys probably lead to other keys. This key, this next key in particular, is a little bit concerning for you, however, because it appears to be located in the middle of the open sea, not on any land mass that you're aware of.
And by open sea, you mean open air?
Yeah.
Can you mark where it is? Wait, no, it's not even on the map.
You don't have
Holy
a world
fuck.
map yet. I can mark it when you get a world map.
Next point of business, get a world map. Can I ask him where he got his, or did he just have a commission?
He had it made. He has the fucking scrying thing, so he's been doing it himself basically.
With my cartography tools, can I like make another version of it?
If you spend time to do so.
How much time would you say that would take?
I mean, just to make a copy of a map. It's a big map, so you'd have to scale it down. Go ahead and roll me a. Let's see. What would this be? Roll me the proficiency for your cartographer's tools. With,
I will give.
using your intelligence.
So it's basically intelligence plus 3.
Well, if you go on your character sheet, you should have proficiency for tools, right?
It does not
On the
have
left-hand
my
side
tool.
toward the bottom.
I see it. It's proficiency is a question mark.
Yes, that's exactly what you should do. So click on that, and it will give you a pop-up window and ask you which skill you want to use. And you choose intelligence and then roll it.
I would also like to guidance myself.
Sorry, I just wanted to quicken. Chance, no way in hell I'm gonna include that forward B. That literally makes it so whenever we go on a mission, I do something, you could take that as your mission is interfering. Therefore, it's throwing out. I could throw away the secrecy.
That was survival. I am so sorry.
Yeah, try that again.
That was 26. Oh
It's
fuck.
unfortunate, yeah. But you're not using your wisdom, you're using your intelligence.
Okay, proficiency. Did it. Jeez. Then strength. I'm gonna go intelligence instead.
I was going off thinking like, oh hey, you're gonna like life's gonna be fucking greater.
13.
13, and then a D4.
16.
3, 16.
Okay, you can get a passable world map, which I can now go to my handouts and give you.
Thank you.
Let's see. Do I have
That
one?
makes
I do have a
sense.
world map. So here, go edit, and we go in player's journal, all players. Boom, same changes. So there's a world map for you guys to look at, and now that you have one, I can move everyone over to here.
Holy shit. Hi, Rhea.
All of Ram.
Oh, so Netria and Onyx are like buddies, and then like Arival is like very far away,
Yeah.
and then the rest is just fucking
Open air. Okay, let me zoom this in
Oh,
real
wait.
quick.
With a question, since we have Arval here, with my maps that I have, Where would Arinthion be there? Like, where was the Arinthion Xylus split?
I'll get there.
Xylus
Give me a
split.
second. I gotta line this shit up because I gotta find the where you guys line up at. Okay, so Larashev is slightly below Cernan.
We're at Hex above it.
It's like right there-ish. So that's the party location there. Let me copy paste. Providence is somewhere above Cernan a little bit, so it's like over here-ish. Go here, go to tint color, we'll make that blue. Call it. Save. Sure, Providence will be there. And then we're in the middle of the open sea. We will paste another one down here somewhere.
Oh, that's just a nothingness, huh? How the fuck are we supposed to get to that?
Yeah, good question.
Where's the location of the core?
The core is below all of this. So all of that black space, the core is at the center of the fucking planet. That's why it's called the core. So all that black space, if you were to jump off of that and fall, you'd find the core eventually and get disintegrated, probably.
Most likely.
Yep.
I haven't seen the core yet, have I?
You have not been to the coast, I don't think.
I hope you're at that.
Well, no, you technically you have, right? Because you were there when they did the Dark Mantle thing, yeah?
Yeah, I was.
So after the Dark Mantle thing, you guys went north to one of the port towns for a little while to hang out or whatever for like a day. And the port town's on the edge of the world, so it's possible you could have gone to the edge and seen the core from here.
Would just looking from it, can I like determine if the core is unlike the sun, like a star?
So it's hard to tell because one of the things about the open sea is that since there is weather here and there has to be a water cycle in place, while it is open air that will not like hold you aloft if you jump off the edge, there is plenty of cloud cover. That means that you can't quite see the core at all times. It is there is enough like atmospheric interference so that you don't get like a clear picture of it, but you know it's there. And below the clouds you can see shimmering light and rays of light that are shining upward out of the cloud cover, out of the mist, whatever. You only had a day on the coast, and that was the weather then. So if there is clear weather at some point, if you're traveling over the open sea or traveling to a port town, perhaps you can see what it actually looks like.
Okay. Did not feel any connection to it like it would be the star, though.
In terms of like a druid thingy?
Yeah, because,
No, you would not feel any connection to that. In that manner, it's not a star per se.
Okay.
It is a big ball of magic, and its energy pervades this world.
I have another question looking at this world map. So we have the land bits, the bits of land, right?
Yeah.
The blue bits, what are the blue bits?
Surrounding it,
Yeah.
concentrated atmosphere. Clouds.
Clouds. Okay. And then the darker parts are like thinned out clouds.
Yeah, that would be
We
a
can't walk
more
on
clear atmosphere, better chance of seeing the core in its entirety. Less weather. Less like cloudy weather, cloud-based weather, like rain, snow, or whatever. Not completely gone, but like high wind still exists because there's air, and stuff like that.
We just arrive over the blackness, we would see the core clearly.
Yeah.
Most likely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's generally viewable from a airship perspective, flying over any part that is not that blue ring.
We got so much shit to do. I gotta go find the Chantry. We gotta go find this fucking key. Chance has to go start a war in Arval.
I don't need to start shit.
Chance is gonna start a war in Arval because that's our luck.
Cue the fucking like is always something in Philadelphia thing. The gang starts a war in Arval.
Nah.
Yeah, just as a heads up, that's about how long it's going to take to get to that area on the map.
What?
If you leave from a port town, which I think the closest port town is right about that hex, it's going to take you the better part of a month to travel there.
Disgusting. Perfect.
And then even further if you want to go to Araval, like 2 months almost to travel.
Okay, if we're going to go that far out, because of this contract, I actually have to do my job. So I'm going to spend the money to get a sending stone.
Yeah, if you want to source that.
So if need be, I can contact. So if need be, the mayor can contact me. Like, hey, we kind of need you here. Like, fuck.
Contact who?
Well, the mayor needs to contact me.
Oh,
or if I need to come
okay. I see. Yeah, sure. If you want to source that, you absolutely can spend the money on that. I'm sure he wouldn't mind.
Actually, question: how much would it cost to have someone set up the magic circle and that's in the manor? Have someone get that set up as a permanent thing?
It would cost a wizard to do it, and it would cost them. He has to do that for I think a year, right?
Yeah. So he has to live at your manor.
You'd have to pay him to live there and cast one spell every day.
Yeah.
And this would be a wizard that knows 7th level spells. So you're looking at someone who's pretty powerful and probably has their own stuff going on. So it'd be fairly expensive.
Could I ask the Archmage from the province to do it if I paid him for it?
If you pay him enough for it, but he has other shit he needs to do, brother. I mean, technically speaking, I don't know. Let me double check his spell slots, because if an Archmage has 2 7th level spell slots, you could pay him to do those. He doesn't. He has a 7th and an 8th, and Archmages do no teleport. So if you pay him to spend his time doing that, it would be easy enough for him to do it and just spend like whatever 10 minutes a day to do it for a year. I don't know that he would have much of a problem with that.
So I won't have to pay him for to live there. Right? You just have to show up every day, just and then leave.
Yeah, what he would have to do is he'd probably have to come and visit and take time out of his day to get familiar with the location in the first place, just to be able to use teleport, because he's not using teleportation circle. You don't have an active circle in your house. If you wanted to pay him to do that every day for a year, to do the teleportation circle, it's costing him 2 of his highest level spell slots, which leaves the colony more vulnerable than he'd like. So it'd have to be a pretty hefty sum.
Also, I have a question. Actually, no, we have 2 wizards in our party. Never mind. I'll shut up.
And I'm talking like several thousand gold, probably.
Okay. So
don't you have to have the spell teleportation circle to use it?
Yeah.
So we have to wait till our wizards get 7th level spells in order to even make, like...
Is there a magic item that... There's an magic item that lets you use teleportation circle without needing to spell?
Time out. Can you try that again? Because you talk real fast, and I did not understand the first
I understand what you said. There is a teleportation spell without the circle, however, that's much higher.
No, I was asking if there's like a magic item that will let you, like, oh, hey, I know the runes for a particular magic teleportation circle. I have a magic item that lets me just cast the spell by it.
Yeah, certain items that let you cast plane shift can do that. But the problem is that to set up a circle in the first place, you can't get around the requirements of the spell, which requires you to cast it in the same spot every day for a year.
Yeah, no. I just want to be able to, because Chance wants to be able to, because like, oh, hey, I have a sending stone. I can go, hey, need you here right the fuck now, while we're running about doing other shit. Like, well, fuck. Okay, guys, I'll be back in. I have no fucking idea.
I mean, oh shit. To just call on the Archmage whenever you want to? No, I'm not giving you that.
No. The Sending
No,
Stone
he's
is
saying he
for
wants
the
a
bear.
magic item to be able to teleport to that specific teleportation symbol if and when he needs to.
I think the minimum level for any one of those is very rare. I have to double check, but there's a it's like a magic tuning fork or something like that. That's in the DMG. That's a very rare item or something like that allows you to cast plane shift. And I don't
it
know
doesn't
if
need to
that
be key-
item
it just
has
needs
to be. Well, here's the thing: is I don't know if that item is specific to a plane of existence or not, because that's also another
Fair.
thing.
Like to be
Sometimes
fair, the
it's just a
item
glitch.
just needs the key to one circle. I don't care if it can work on any other one.
Also, you could like fashion like you could make your own, like you can have someone make that item like very specifically. I want to teleport to that location specifically, but therein lies like an issue where if you don't bring all of us and you just go, hey guys, peace, how do you gonna get back?
Yeah, the item would need to be able to let me.
So you want a thing that allows you to teleport.
Well, it would only need to be able to and from like those 2 points at any given moment.
Well,
And only
think about
one
it.
of those points would ever change.
So there is a spell that I came up with that will have a similar effect, but only for 100 miles. If you wanted to make if you wanted to make one that can be done in one casting of the spell, and that is more local, like within Onyx, possibly Netria, then that could be arranged. So each square, so I mean, it would be within 4-ish, like a little bit more than 4 squares of wherever your house is, which is in Larishev, right?
Yeah.
So like anywhere in a 4 hex radius around Larishev, you could get a teleporter door. That exists.
I
That's
think-
Gilderoy's private pathway is one that I created. That it only works within 100 miles. It creates a permanent portal to that location.
I think, Hunter, you would be better off either like making or procuring an item that allows you to like teleport to a destination or a person that you're familiar with once per day. Because like with the problem, like I immediately thought of this, and I'm sure VG it would be hilarious if VG did this, but if we're like, again, you pose the thing, if you're like, we're in the middle of the open air and we're moving, and you do that teleport thing, you said teleport back to the destination you teleported from. If we've moved even slightly from that location, you
I fall to
teleport.
the abyss.
Yeah, you fall into the abyss. So I think you would rather have something that allows you to do like the teleport spell once per day.
Fair.
Yeah, which
I'm saying that would
as
be a
seventh,
safer
as an
option.
item that can cast a 7th level spell that is a permanent effect that recharges. We're talking at the very least like high end of very rare.
Okay.
Right.
Fair.
And
Like we're talking
I
like,
mean-
like 15k to, or not 15k. We're talking like almost 100k, almost.
Okay. How much? Okay. What about the that one special version of that special sending stone?
The icons. Icons Unlimited Sending Stone is a very rare magic item that was created by a wizard named Icon. And he was the one who knew how to make those. So replicating that item would be the work of an artificer. It is a very rare item, so it also costs a lot of money.
Fair. Because like I just want to be able to like, oh hey, I need to talk to the mayor needs to call me because shit's fucked, and I'm like Araval.
Then it would be, I mean, you need a way to teleport back, but that's the risk you take when you move away from the stuff that you're responsible
Yeah.
for.
Yep, fair.
So,
So I would need to somehow arrange things to.
like, you're
Work
talking
while
about
I'm
2
gone.
months, 2 months of travel time just to get to the continent in the first place, plus the week or so that it takes you to get to the port, and then plus whatever time you spend on Araval anyway, plus time to travel back. So minimum, you're looking at like 4.5 months of travel of time that you need to spend just to go
Right.
from Onyx to Araval and back. If you go the west to east way, remember that this is a globe, so Onyx and Araval are a little bit closer than that if you go to the other side of Onyx first, but that's also travel.
Is there someone I could hire to like manage my affairs while I'm gone?
Sure.
That would be probably good.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to do that, you could absolutely do that.
You could
Hire
probably
a,
give them
steward.
buy 2 sending stones, and you can like have him like in like the most dire of emergencies, like ask you your opinion, and you give your answers and your calls and stuff. Basically, he'd be your like super secretary.
Major
It's
Domo.
getting yourself a PA essentially.
Right. They'll handle all your affairs, and if they really need you, they'll get on the sending something like, "Hey, we need your opinion on this thing. We need your official whatever the fuck." And you can be like, all right. Here's what I say. Here's what I say. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that can only happen once per day, but yeah.
It'd be much better. It'd be much more right now. It'd be more cost efficient to do that than try to buy a teleportation device.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Icons Unlimited Sending Stone. If you were to manage to find another Icons Unlimited Sending Stone or recreate one with an Artificer's help, then you could give that to him and he could have the unlimited version. But in terms of being able to communicate, then you need just a pair of Sending Stones, which is a once per day thing. That's across any distance. That's probably 100 gold, I think, for the pair.
Yeah. I'll spend 100 gold. Give one to. I'll spend 100 gold so that way I can call the mayor if need be, or the mayor can call, and I'll work about getting a second. And I'll hire a secretary to manage the financial funds.
Okay, so secretary-wise, we're talking about a skilled hireling, which I have somewhere in here. Yeah, somewhere in here. Let's find out.
You probably need to get them a sending stone too.
Yep, so that's probably 200 gold for 2 sets of sending stones.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pipe in so much. I'm just trying to help you out, brother.
No. That makes sense. Like, that's smarter than I was planning. Like,
Okay, I made the adjustment to 4B and added the 4C for the damages to the repairs.
Are you guys still working on that contract in the general?
Fuck yes!
Oh my god, I'm so glad Strovan's not making a contract with me.
Oh, can I get, we would have came back from the Archmajor now, right?
Well, eventually, yeah.
sure. Eventually, yeah.
Savant to start sending.
Strovan gives you a present.
The fuck? Oh, sorry. Let me do that. What is it? The fuck?
I would ask the magical harm is intended there, because you could fuck someone up with magic that isn't meant that it doesn't in different ways.
By the way, just as a heads up, Noble Estate is part of the Downtime earning money from a business thing. The only reason you haven't been receiving profit from it is because you haven't repaired your manor or hired people to be at your manor.
And what do you mean by magical? I didn't include that at all.
Well, I said magical, mental, or bodily harm.
Okay, I could change that easily.
Like to context, this was the thing I said.
See, it's only because it's you particular motherfuckers that you're actually drafting a legit ass contract. If it was me and some motherfucking schmuck, we'd be like, yeah, we don't do this. Okay, cool, bye.
Well, that's because there was a time I wanted to be a lawyer, and I picked up you pick up a few things with that.
I know, that's why I said you particular motherfuckers. Are we still recording?
Yeah, we're still going.
Oh my
It's
god.
been a while. So here, just as a heads up, if you want your noble estate, if you want a secretary who's going to do things for you, I'm going to count that as they're going to need support to do their job, which means that you're going to need to essentially get your estate up and running to the point where we can count it as a downtime thing. Which means you need 3 skilled hirelings and 15 untrained hirelings. And it's going to cost you per month, it's 10 gold a day times 30, so 300 gold. It's going to cost you 300 gold a month to upkeep the thing, and that can be covered by rolling downtime activities.
Question: how much? You said that I'm getting income from the estate. What do you mean by that?
It means once everything is repaired, and once you have sourced hirelings for your estate, you can make money off of it.
Yeah,
And
it's
that's
not just
also
pure
tax.
profit for you, not taxed or nothing.
How so? How would that be a profit? How do we get profit out of that?
I don't know. but
First-
we run it the same way that we do the taxes, and it would be 300 gold upkeep, and whenever a month rolls around, you would roll on the D100, and whatever you make is whatever you make. So you could get increased profit from your estate. It's one more source of income that you get the benefits from. Because normally when you roll, it says like, you know, you have to get like, you know, whatever it is, 3d10 times 5 if you roll high enough in gold profit. So if you want a secretary that's going to do things for you in the way that we're talking about, that is what your goal should be, is to get your
I think I'll
hold.
I think I'll hold off on that and just get a setting stone for the contact in there.
Sure.
It's just a thing to work towards to get like an efficient, like, you know.
Yeah, I would want to get the estate actually repaired before that, because I'd just be paying 200 gold a month without getting anything back.
And
Why is 200
actually,
platinum
that
go a long
fulfills
way?
part of Strollvan's contract, because you're upkeeping your estate and getting a secretary that's earnestly keeping to your station.
I literally put in a stipulation saying you are allowed to hire a fucking courtier to, stand in for you.
You need 3 skilled hirelings. I would count Strollvan with his background as one of those if he wants to work on your estate. But if he's going to be on adventures with you guys, he can't count. You have to hire someone else.
Well, the thing is, even with that initial investment, I still don't have enough to fix my house. I still need to pay like another
But it goes a
10,000.
long fucking way.
No. This is not like a median thing. This is like something that the sending stone for the mayor is like the perfect thing you can do right now. This is like a thing that you need to work on, like keep in mind, budget out stuff for the future, because then you can like, especially because we're not going to our revolt tomorrow, dog. I mean, like we got some shit on it to take care of. The king's about to die. 3 brothers.
Fair.
Yeah, we got some time.
Fair. I'm just saying, like,
I think we should stop recording because it's just about to get out of way.
Yeah, this is discussions for another time. But we're done with we're done with everything for today. If you guys want to do this again next week, we absolutely can. But it's fucking 5:15, so I'm gonna stop this. So thank you so much for this extra fucking long episode of shopping and downtime, and intrigue and whatever, and learning lore and learning things and finding quests to go on and so on and so forth. But we're gonna stop.
We need another.
I'm gonna stop the recording now. Thank you all so much for watching. And is it Thursday yet? Blah 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 blah. Bye.